Chair Martin,
Here.
Vice Chair Hamilton,
Here.
Secretary Benton,
Here.
Regent Cox, Regent Girdler,
Here.
Regent Guerra Gomez,
Here.
Regent Green,
Here.
Regent Kelly Jenkins, Regent McGraw,
Here.
Regent Rabinowitz, Regent Savard Hogg, Regent Schaus,
Here.
and Regent Stevens, and Regent Sutherland.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Did get it. Right? She didn't. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Before we do anything else, I would like for Dr. Quarles to introduce two of our new board members.
Yes, well, good afternoon. We have some new regents joining us. So I want to officially welcome back Marty Sutherland. This is meeting number 2 for you, but you're relatively new, so welcome on board. From E-Town, we also have Shana Savard-Hogg from Maysville, so welcome aboard as a staff regent as well. And we have 2 of our student leaders recently elected among their peers to represent our over 100,000 students. We have Regent Gomez and Regent Schaus, so welcome aboard as well. And as recently as 2 days ago, a new gubernatorial appointee as well, Regent Tiffany Kelly Jenkins, who will try to join us tomorrow virtually as well. So if you don't mind, welcome aboard. And if you take just a couple seconds to introduce yourself, feel free to. Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Audrey Schaus. I actually am here on my home campus, which is a really nice thing to have for a first-time board of regent. I have an agricultural background, but I believe that I'm going to be getting a degree in one day. But for the moment, it's going to be an associate in art and a bachelor's of integrated studies in commerce and leadership. And then we'll go from there.
Great.
Hi, my name is Lauren Guerra Gomez, and I'm from South Central Community and Technical College. I'm currently working towards my associate's degree in art, and then I'm hoping to transfer to get a bachelor's degree in computer animation and in the future work at DreamWorks or Pixar. So.
Wow. You haven't just pressed the button. No.
Okay, where's Dr. House? My name is Shana Savard-Hogg. I am the Associate Director of Grants and Contracts at Maysville Community and Technical College. I've been a staff member there for 3 years. I do some adjunct instructing too, and I'm really thankful to be here with you today.
I mean, I had the form and the guy sent me like all the information, but it's like.
Okay, thank you all. Appreciate it.
Marty.
You want me to go? Marty? Yeah, okay. I'm sorry.
I'm Marty Sutherland, and so I teach at E-Town. I teach electronics there, and I also coach the VEX Club. It used to be the only club in the whole state, but my kids have gone to other places, and so now we've got a team at UK, a team at NKU. They're all my former students, so I'm starting to compete against myself, and so it's kind of interesting. So good times though.
Great. Welcome aboard.
Okay,
Chairman.
thank you all, and welcome aboard. The minutes have been distributed to all the members. Are there any corrections to the minutes for our August 29th, 2024 meeting? No modifications, then do I hear a motion to approve?
So move.
I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay. Keith, seconded. Parliamentarian, please cast the vote.
Are there any objections? Okay, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. And welcome aboard, Regent Cox.
Thank you.
I want to thank Dr. Warren and the wonderful team here at Henderson for the very nice tour and all the information and hosting us this 2 days here. Had a really nice tour, seeing the facilities, and got a beautiful location here and a lot of nice offerings. So thank you. Appreciate it. You want to share some highlights with us?
And I'm going to move around a little bit. They said 15 minutes, so it's dangerous when you have a community college president who's very proud of his faculty, staff, and students and community. So I promise to keep it at 15 minutes. It's actually going to be 10 and with a 3-minute video. So I am, as long as I get the clicker here. All righty. Welcome to Henderson, and I hope you're having a good time. We've got a lot of nice things scheduled the next 2 days, but I know there's a lot of business to attend to here just momentarily. So just want to share a few things that I'm excited about at HCC. Stole this slide from Dr. Neal, certainly, but we are 16 colleges in one system. You see throughout our campus, I'm not going to spend a lot on it, but we are very proud of our mission, the improving the quality of life, enhancing the quality of life and employability of our service area. So many things that we focus on every day, and we just want to give you a hearty welcome. Hopefully, I think some people ate downtown last night, and we gave some recommendations. I hope you enjoy the river. We're very proud of our riverfront. There's a whole lot going on in this area. Let that soak in just a little bit. We are proud of the number of certificates and degrees that we offer here at HCC. Certainly the transfer mission is big for us, as well as the technical. We're one of the colleges that when KCTCS was formed, we did not have a technical college with which to merge. So we have been adding technical components and rounding out. So we have become more comprehensive over the years. And many of you on the tour and enjoyed showing off some of our labs and our advanced manufacturing center to earlier. For a few little points of pride that I'd like to share. We are number 8 in KCTCS trains grant utilization from this past year. That's customized training. So from our size, being the smallest, small but proud, small but mighty, we're number 8, and we're on track to do that this year as well. $2.5 million in our foundation assets, $9 million in college held endowments. We think that's a really strong financial position to support many things. On the tour, I talked a little bit about Audubon Area Head Start that is on our campus. Attended AACC this April and a session on Head Start programs, and they are trying to encourage more of those models across the nation. I think it's interesting to note that we're one of only 100 community colleges nationwide at 1,100 plus who have a Head Start on our campus. It's a great partnership, and we're very proud of that. We have the HCC Care Center and the Student Emergency Fund endowment. So those are many things that many of you, me and my colleagues here, the other 15 colleges, are supporting our students, but that's key to retention, as you all know. We're very proud of the scholarship programs that we have through endowments, the Rotary Colonels to College program for the Henderson County high school students, Braves to HCC, which is in Union County. And then we have a partnership. The community came together, and I really appreciate Dr. Kelly and her staff at MCC and the partnership we have with administering those funds, because wherever those students go from Webster County, whether it's MCC or HCC, they have an opportunity to tap into the Kids to College program. The Rotary Colonels to College program is a $5 million endowment. Students get $1,500 per semester to attend HCC. It also includes the summer. We keep adding to that. And it also supports early college academy student scholarships. So we have a really nice early college academy, primarily for Union County and Henderson County. Very proud of that. That's a last aid applied scholarship. Same thing with Braves to HCC. That one's a $1.5 million endowment, $1,000 a semester, including summer. Plus the early college academy support. So that is really important for us to get those kids connected with the college early, reduce the time to degree, reduce the loan indebtedness, all those things we talk about all the time. We have a little phrase here that we love: small enough to care, but big enough to serve. And you see that all over the campus, and that is really in the front of our care center. But kudos to everybody on campus and our community for supporting that care center, so that when students have food insecurity issues or hygiene issues, personal hygiene, those kinds of things, they can come to our campus and get support from that. Sometimes it's the simple things like that that may keep that student enrolled in college. Academic quality is huge for us. So proud of our faculty. Won't read you all of those slides, but the key message here for retention rates among credential seeking students, fall to fall, spring to fall, fall to spring. You can see there we were #1 in KCTCS 2 years, and fall to fall 1 year, in spring to fall and fall to spring. We were #1 in KCTCS. So those are the kind of numbers that we're really, really proud of in terms of retention, feeling like that we are supporting students and helping them to stay in school and making progress moving forward. I'll first talk about advanced manufacturing. Many of you who saw our new labs, we've expanded those labs, doubled the capacity here recently. We're making use of wise use of the trains dollars with Workforce Solutions. This is the slide I just want you to soak in a little bit. These are all the manufacturers that we have partnerships with. They're either supporting HCC FAME, or we are doing customized training for all of those industries. So I think for a community this size, for college this size, it's a pretty impressive list, and we love supporting. We recognize, we know these folks remind us every day of how relevant we are, and our job #1 is to make sure we are meeting their needs. Really proud of our cohort with the FAME program, the apprenticeship model program. We've had the largest incoming class this time. Some of you all got the chance to meet our students. Really proud of them. And Lily and Christian was featured. I'm not just a snapshot of the video. I'm not going to show you that video, but she was a star welding student in our local Henderson County CTE, and she has made the decision to move over here. She's in that going to be going through our industrial maintenance HCC FAME apprenticeship model program, and she's fantastic, and hopefully encouraging others to follow in her footsteps. On this very stage, not too long ago, we did welcome that largest cohort, and you can see we filled the room of people who are supportive of that program, and it's really taken off since 2017. Another one of those, these are students at Century Aluminum who are graduates of our program. Century Aluminum has 6 of our graduates employed right now, but it is them able to earn their degree and be going to school at the same time is really important. It keeps those student loan indebtedness down. These are pictures of our labs. We have doubled the capacity for those for some Delta Regional Authority grants, some local support from our county and others, but from PLCs to robotics to fluid power, hydraulics, pneumatics, motor controls, industrial electrical, industrial mechanical. We're very, very proud. We now have the capacity where we can have large classes in those. And we also recently received a $450,000 DRA grant to help with our IMT pipeline and encourage more folks that are on the front lines to think about careers in industrial maintenance technology. Healthcare, those are our primary folks, Deaconess, Ascension, and Owensboro Health, that depend on our students. Their clinical placements, they depend on us to make sure that we are providing them medical nurses and medical lab techs, medical assisting students. And then we also have these partner organizations that we're really proud of that relationship too. Let that soak in just a little bit. And they hire our students and support our students and are great partners in what we do. I want to give a shout out to Dr. Scott Williams and Owensboro Community Technical College and the whole effort, the 9 institutions that are part of the Health Force Kentucky program. We are working together. It's going to allow, I mentioned this at the tour, it's going to allow us to expand our medical lab tech program to Owensboro without duplication. We promote their surgical techs. So we've got a really good partnership there. Looking forward to expanding that, and kudos to your work, Dr. Williams. And nursing program, they did a pilot at OCTC this past year. We are expanding that. We're going to move in that direction for paid clinical opportunities. The accrediting bodies are now allowing that. So this spring, for the first time, our nurses will be able to be paid while they're doing their clinicals. So that apprenticeship model, we all know that works. We've talked a lot about population growth and population decline and the demographic cliff. I want to do one little thing here. I stole a slide from Dr. Neal from June. I told him I was going to do this. And of course, there was a study back in 2022 by the Kentucky State Data Center at the University of Louisville. And this was the chart that some of you all have seen before, just showing those areas where there's good predicted population decline, primarily because of the Great Recession and the fewer births and all that. We've talked about that quite a bit. But the one thing And I thought it was really wise. I got to give a shout out to KCTC. They showed how the interstate system, see those blue counties are growth areas. And they wisely showed how the interstate system has really helped SkyCT service area as well as Owensboro's. And you can see how it helps. And that the blue counties kind of follow along that line. And afterwards, I was laughing a little bit, gave him a little bit of a hard time about it. I said, there's one little piece they're missing on that. And that's Western Kentucky. And many of you know, you've seen a lot of growth here. The thing that we're the most proud of here in this community is that we're going to be seeing finally the bridge crossing in I-69. If you're driving through town, there's work everywhere. And there's a future I-169 corridor going down to 24. So that's going to help all of us. Madisonville, Hopkinsville, I worked there for 23 years with Dr. Young. And I think the future is bright for this part of the state. So Western Kentucky is growing. It's going to be the next superhighway from Canada to Mexico. And I don't think that can be discounted in any way. Just show you a few of the latest headlines. They now opened it up from Evansville to Indy. That's really exciting. Yesterday or day before, they started work on the Indiana side of the bridge. We say here in town that we love the orange cones because they are everywhere, but it's a sign of progress. So population growth's on our mind. That's something I think is going to help the college, going to help us grow, help us to move forward. Pratt Industries, just right down the road. Hopefully you saw them. $500 million paper mill just started out, corrugator. You will start to see Amazon boxes that are produced from there. The boxes that are in your little packets with HC logo on it, that is a Pratt paper product. So that's your souvenir from us and what they do. Their engineer, one of their main engineers, is the chair of our HCC Fame Board that makes sure that program stays industry-led, and really appreciate it. And his wife happens to chair Henderson Economic Development, so it ties us in with economic development as well. Really excited about a 300-home subdivision that's that they've got 16 under roof, I think 22 by December. So lots of growth in the area. Those are the kind of things we got to be a part of those conversations to make sure this place grows. Henderson County Mine is opening up, and we're excited about that. And we also share the 4-star Regional Industrial Park, and you'll see that is the largest build-ready site in Kentucky at the moment, 1.1 million square feet. And Columbia Sportswear is sort of dwarfed in comparison right next to that. You can see in the picture. So all those things are things we know we've got to embrace and be a part of supporting economic development and population growth in this community, because looking forward, I think some of those projections on population, hopefully we can reverse those predictions. And high school partnerships transfer, those are key to our mission. Dual credit, you can see there's huge growth in dual credit. Again, one of those things that shortens time to degree and reduces student loan debt or avoid it altogether. And most of that's being fed by the partnerships that we have with our local CTE and creating additional pathways. And our industrial maintenance program is going to benefit from this year for the first time. The Henderson County High School CTE is offering industrial maintenance as a pipeline. It's going to feed right into our HCC Fame program and that apprenticeship model. Really excited about that. Transfer is still hugely important for us. We have 4-year universities on our campus all the time, recruiting our associate in science degree students. And we have a great partnership with Murray State. Murray State is housed in our administration building, their regional campus. We just moved them, and now they have a lot more square footage to allow them to continue to grow. Great partnership. Appreciate Dr. Jackson, his partnership. And we share one unique thing. Is Adam Blair, who's featured there as a faculty member in the teacher prep program. We pay half his salary, Murray pays half. So it's just a nice partnership with our 2+2 area. We're proud of this facility and hope you're enjoying that. The arts are critical to what we do to be a comprehensive. And the last thing I'll share here is just asset preservation, energy savings. Hopefully you're seeing some of that work. We took down a student center and relocated a lot of the functions into other areas of the campus. Some of you on the tour saw a lot of growth with that, and really proud there it's really making us more efficient across the campus. And that's the after, what it looks before and then afterwards, and really tried to enhance the campus. And our original building in 1960 is an administration building that has voc rehab, Murray State, many classes, the writing lab, a lot of different things. One of the asset preservation fund projects was to replace the windows and doors in that building, which is really saving on utility bills and extending the functional life of a building that is extremely well built. There's a tornado, any kind of nuclear war, we can hide in that building, we'll be fine. And then the last thing here is you can see in that building, we're converting 1960s classrooms to modern classrooms through private giving. And we've had folks, our college foundations helped with that. Old National Bank Foundation and others have supported renovations like that. So that's all my comments. I'd like to 3-minute video and then be glad answering questions. I know you got business to attend to. So small enough to care, big enough to serve. Access and opportunity. Those are the hallmarks of Henderson Community College. HCC is not just buildings and campus grounds. Rather, we are in the people business. Relationships matter and are key to changing lives for the better. I am so proud of our faculty and staff for their authentic service to our students and each other. They are making a difference. They embrace our critical role in workforce and economic development, talent attraction, and population growth. With our numerous offerings, we are poised to serve the needs of both the traditional and non-traditional student. Over the last 5 years, HCC has been laser focused on its big 3 goals: improving the institution's financial position, student success, and telling our story better. Recently, the college has centered its efforts on asset preservation, energy savings projects, and organizational efficiencies to allow available resources to be reallocated to support the heart of HCC's mission, our people and programs, particularly those in the high-wage, high-demand sectors such as advanced manufacturing, business, healthcare, and information technology. We are investing in the skilled trades while at the same time continuing our long-standing commitment to providing high-quality, affordable university transfer courses. Many four-year universities have transfer agreements with HCC, and we're fortunate to have Murray State University in Henderson. The recent enrollment growth of MSU Henderson Regional Campus reflects a thriving partnership. HCC allows for flexible scheduling, giving students the ability to attend college while working or raising a family. We're not saddling students with overwhelming student loan debt. Instead, we're providing college for the real world. Everything we do centers on improving both the quality of life and employability of our local citizens. We cannot do it alone, and we're so grateful that individuals and organizations continue to invest in HCC by supporting collective goals. As we set our sights on our future, we know that private support will be critical to accomplishing our highest priorities. Upgrading 1960s classrooms and labs to today's standards, extending the functional life of our library, and modernizing it as a state-of-the-art learning support center for the next generation of learners. Growing our endowments that support student success and retention. Securing greatest needs funds that will allow HCC to take advantage of unexpected opportunities in the future. These are all critical needs that are vital to ensure that HCC continues to thrive and grow. Thank you for supporting HCC. Our commitment is to utilize resources wisely, operate with transparency, and work collaboratively with our numerous partners to serve this region in a way that makes you proud. Thank you for the decision to bring the board to our campuses, and appreciate the opportunity to host you all, and wish you the rest of the meeting and hope you have an awesome time in Hendo.
Thank you, Dr. Henderson. Okay. Today we have a lot of material to cover, so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time with any kind of a report other than one of our most important things we've got to do today is work on or continue to work and discuss on the Senate Joint Resolution 179. Dr. Quarles and his team has been working very feverishly on putting us some recommendations in front of us so we can pass them on to the legislature. So we need to kind of really look at those today and try to help gather our thoughts, and we'll be looking at next in December to make some recommendations, right?
That's right, December meeting.
Okay. So today we're going to have an opportunity to hear about different options, considering each of the 11 areas identified in SJR 179 and provide feedback. Dr. Quarles, I know there have been some big challenges over the past few months since you got here in January. Are you still having the days of how many days you've been here?
We're
That's okay.
we're counting weeks and months.
Okay. Well, at least it's not days anymore. So I think that's a good step forward. But you're putting together a really good team. I know you got really good support from PLT. It's good to see you all here. Thank you for coming and your interest and all your efforts that you've been pouring in on these recommendations as well. And without further ado, Dr. Quarles.
Okay, well, good morning, good afternoon, that is. Thank you, Dr. Warren. Appreciate your hospitality. And let's not forget that Owensboro isn't the only community known for its barbecue. So thank you so much. And thank you for organizing tonight's reception as well. We're going to have a reception with community leaders from Henderson County and the surrounding counties as well. Looking forward to that. You know, whenever I travel rural Kentucky, I always like to remind folks of interesting facts, but Henderson has a lot of history here. We had 4 governors have come from this community. The U.S. Pacific Fleet Command Rear Admiral during World War II was from Henderson as well. And of course, we all know about John James Audubon as well. But for the movie buffs out there, if you ever watched the movie A League of Their Own, you can recognize Henderson, Kentucky in the movie. So thanks once again. And if you don't mind, we will come back to the building that was demolished here on campus. For those of you all who took the tour and saw that, that's going to come back up when we discuss performance-based funding models as well. So before we get into the SJR, let me give you a president's report about what's been going on lately. Welcome, new regents. We appreciate your all's participation. And I also want to say welcome to new members of our leadership team. We'll start with Dr. Phil Neal, as we all know, was recently appointed in July as the acting executive vice president and provost. So congratulations on that as well. And of course, Dr. Renee Wagner has done such a phenomenal job as well. She has been appointed again in July as acting Vice President of Academic and Student Affairs, and she continues to do amazing work. Thank you so much for everything that you've done as well. We have another interim president since Dr. Phil Neal moved from Sky to the system office. I'm glad that we now have Dr. Brooke Justice, hello, serving as the interim of Sky. So welcome to PLT. And Dr. Todd Kilborn is now our new CFO, just moved in, started in June. Welcome aboard. You're going to hear him give a couple presentations considering his jurisdiction, as well as updates on the forensic audits as well. So welcome to the team, Todd. We appreciate you being here. So let's start off with some fantastic news. We're going to have a pamphlet passed around. We're going to disseminate this for those watching online. We're going to email this out to the KCTCS community as well. A president's report that reflects the vision and goals that I outlined back in June. So one thing that's unique about this report is that we're putting check marks next to items that have been completed, and there's items yet to be completed. So I always like to be very transparent and upfront about our goals and where we're at on progress as well. So if you have time, take a look at that. But let's start with the big news. Enrollment is at a 10-year high across KCTCS. 8.4% increase. Tomorrow, you're going to hear a more in-depth presentation from Orpa and Alicia Crouch and her team as well about this, but that's a lot to celebrate. In fact, we have welcomed 85,000 students across our 16 colleges this fall. We know that number will go up once we get a more accurate head count of our dual enrollee students as well. We project that our enrollment will reach 112,000 students by the end of this academic year. Again, a 10-year high. We recovered from COVID. We continue to climb upwards. And so I want to say a special thanks to everyone who's involved in the recruitment practices, from our marketing teams at the respective colleges to members of the respective college leadership teams, of course, our presidents, those at the system office as well, for a job well done. And as we dig into the stats, a few notable statistics here. We saw new student enrollment climb 11%, and that's incredible because we know we're talking about the enrollment cliff. We're talking about the college rate in Kentucky going down over the past few years, but yet we continue to have a new cohort of new enrolled students. So it's great. The arrows are going in the right direction. We also have more high school students than ever participating in our dual credit classes. That is up 11.6%. And so we're continue to provide that early college experience to literally tens of thousands of Kentuckians in high school, something that I wish was around when I was going to high school as well. And of course, our student population of dual enrollment used to be 33%. Now we're at 35%. 35%. So well over a third of all of our students are dual enrollees. And the other area to celebrate is that the number of our adult learners continues to increase as well. As you can see in the pamphlet, those students aged 25 or older grew 10.4%. From last year. So that makes up roughly right at 1/3 of all KCTCS students. So we're serving the needs of all Kentuckians. We're up across targeted industry sectors as well. And all of this was achieved, if you recall, despite the frustrations and delays with the FAFSA this past year. And as you recall, I appointed a FAFSA rapid response team earlier this year. So thank you to all those who were involved in that work so that we could be on the spot with the latest information possible, because this is an issue that affected all higher education institutions across the United States. And I want to say job well done for everyone that helped pitch in, all hands on deck to overcome the delays of the FAFSA. Now, I wish I could tell you that the FAFSA will be up and running October 1st of this year. In some places it will be. Dr. Neal's looked into this for us, but we do expect there to be another delay across the United States of America. So we're going to continue with this FAFSA-oriented or enrollment-oriented work group. We may rebrand it so that it can also tackle other issues like the enrollment cliff, the declining college-going rate in Kentucky, et cetera, et cetera. So we're going to continue that good work. So again, thank you to everyone involved in this, and it's something for us to all celebrate. I also want to say that we are proud of the work that we're doing to solve issues in local communities. Right now, we know that we service Kentuckians of all backgrounds, and we're proud of that. Recent data shows that for GED, those attaining their high school equivalency, KCTCS awarded 54% of all GEDs in Kentucky. We appreciate that. Almost all of our colleges are doing that. We're also proud to announce that half of our colleges are teaching either in our jails or prisons across Kentucky, giving Kentuckians of all backgrounds, those who are exiting the criminal justice system, skills and a trade so they can become employed once they reenter society. And of course, we're also helping address the unfortunate drug and opioid epidemic that Kentucky faces. Far too many Kentuckians, I'd say everyone in this room knows somebody that has had to deal with the scourge of addiction. And we're proud that we are intentionally helping out those during the recovery process. Again, to get that GED, to get an employable skill and get them to KCTCS to really change their lives as well. Which brings me into another topic. We have got to emphasize more resources and intentionality with wraparound services for our students. We know that when we reduce or eliminate barriers, we have greater student success, meaning they're more likely to graduate, more likely to be retained from semester to semester. And so we've been having a lot of meetings recently, particularly with PLT, about partnerships that are working, partnerships that need to be expanded, or areas that, quite frankly, may be omitted right now. Recently, we've met with the Family Scholar House, Kathy Dystra. She has a presence in a lot of our colleges. We're about to break ground in E-Town as well. We also are excited that we're going to be announcing a fundraiser to raise money for our food pantries across all 16 colleges, working with the Kentucky General Assembly. They'll be the ones serving us food to raise money for our food pantries in February as well. We also want to take a moment to say thank you to our friends in Congress. Most recently, we had two separate roundtables, one at Bluegrass Community Technical College with Dr. Feeney and Congressman Barr, and another at E-Town with President Pate and Congressman Guthrie, to talk about particularly resources that have been funneled down that we're very appreciative of that deal with students who are parents as well. We know that access to child care is a barrier for a lot of our students. And so we are appreciative that we have funding, and hopefully we're able to re-up that with our relations with Congress to help provide and directly address an issue that affects a lot of our students. I just want to say that we are proud that we're operating in areas that perhaps the other universities aren't. That's part of our mission. The term community and community college is there for a reason, and that's to serve the needs of our local communities as well. KCTCS is also in the partnership business, and I'm proud to announce a few partnerships that you're probably already aware of, but these are focused not just on student success, but also employee success as well. We're proud that since starting in January, we have inked deals with UK, Asbury University, Alice Lloyd College, Ohio University, Midway, Morehead State, and also KSU for transfer agreements or benefits for current KCTCS employees. So 6 schools have re-upped their transfer agreements, and we have one more. We're this close to announcing a major transfer agreement with another university here in Kentucky. So stay tuned on that as well. This also includes employee benefits. At Midway, we were able to get a deal that for KCTCS employees, they have a 15% tuition discount for our employees. At Morehead State University, we renewed a 50% tuition decrease, discount for full-time KCTCS employees attending Morehead, which is a great program. So we have a lot of students that are student employees are taking advantage of that. And at KSU, Kofi says hello, by the way. A new scholarship was announced just a couple weeks ago that for Pell eligible KCTCS associate degree earners, a free bachelor's degree at KSU with Kentuckians Pathway Scholarship as well. I shared that one on Facebook. It got over 1,300 shares. And so this is great. I think it renews the business that we're in, that we're not necessarily a competitor to other higher education institutions in Kentucky, but we're a complement to them, that we're in congruent spaces and that we're here to really push that valuable transfer component of our mission, that Kentuckians, no matter where you're at across our Commonwealth, you can start with us and go on and get that 4-year degree or get that great technical background or that certificate and go straight into the workforce as well. Which brings me to my next topic, our ability to help assist with the workforce needs of Kentucky. You know, we talk a lot about how KCTCS should be the job juggernaut of our state and that we are the biggest tool in the toolbox for our employers. And we heard earlier about utilization of the trains money. Well, we were happy that at the recommendation of our VP, Jesse Shook, that we put $2 million more in the trains because we know it's going to be utilized. Our employers love it. And in fact, we had 339 trains projects by the end of this fiscal year. That was up from 248 last year. This has resulted also with Workforce Solutions, an increase in revenue to our colleges to $10.87 million, up from $8.6 billion last year as well. And we continue to be, KCTCS continues to be the #1 workforce trainer in the state of Kentucky. And we're proud of that because that's exactly where we need to be. Access, affordability, workforce. Those are the 3 pillars that we're going to continue to work on. And if you recall, 1 in every 49 jobs in Kentucky are supported by activities and economic footprint of our 16 colleges across our state. There's a couple more things, and then we'll get into the SJR. We continue to meet with our economic counterparts across our state with the SWAT initiative. That's the Kentucky Chamber of Commerce, Education and Labor Cabinet, Department of Education, the Council on Post-Secondary Education as well, to help align our workforce strategy across our state. Why is this needed? Well, sometimes I may get a phone call from an employer. The Cabinet for Economic Development may get a call from a business wanting to locate to Kentucky. Or the Kentucky Chamber of Commerce may have a member that says, I want to expand. What assets are out there? And so the SWAT initiative is really an inventory of our assets and developing a One Kentucky approach, including what we're doing at KCTCS, so that we make sure that we don't have any economic development initiatives fall through the cracks. So we're all getting on the same page. We testified before an interim committee in Frankfurt just a couple of weeks ago. We're going to continue making sure that people know about the programs we offer and that we cut down on duplication across the state and really help out with economic development across the Commonwealth. I've been speaking to a lot of Chamber of Commerces. I've spoken to Hardin County, the London, Laurel Chamber, the Somerset Chambers recently as well, just reminding them of our services. And I'm also proud that for the first time to our knowledge, the system and multiple colleges recruited and helped sponsor the Kentucky State Fair, where over 600,000 people entered the fairgrounds. And we actually ran out of materials 3 times. So it was great. And we happened to have a pretty plum position at a booth space at the State Fair. I'm not sure how that happened, but we're proud that KCTCS is right there next to the Kentucky Fire Commission recruiting students. Let's just talk one moment about success and progress we've made on the audits. Todd Kilburn's going to present later about this, but I'm proud to say today that for the state audit from 2023, all findings have been cured with the exception of one, and that's the finishing out the forensic audit. So that's something for us to celebrate. And once the forensic audit concludes next month, last year's state audit, we'll be able to say all findings have been cured. And again, we welcome the advice from our auditors. They allow us to know where our weaknesses are, allow us to know where we need to improve. We have a commitment towards transparency and progress towards the future. So we welcome their input. The other audit, of course, is the one with the Kentucky Fire Commission, and we'll hear a presentation from them tomorrow as well. And to wrap up here, just want to let you know, as we dive into SJR, that this is an opportunity for us to reset ourselves. This is an opportunity for us to incorporate the findings from the Huron study, the findings from SJR 98 from last year, and really put it together in one package. It's important that we, as a system, take this opportunity today, in the coming weeks, coming months, leading into our final work product due in December, to hear from you. So if you are watching with us virtually, please know that we have a SharePoint site set up. We read every comment. We incorporate that into our work groups. So please let us know your thoughts as well. We're also going to have an October external stakeholders part of this presentation as well, where those outside of KCTCS can participate. But it's important to realize that the Huron study helped guide us here. And I'll just give you one example. I'm going to bring this up intentionally. That one of the suggestions that they say we should focus on is space optimization across Kentucky. That we have a big footprint, 70 locations, a lot of buildings, 350 buildings. Well, we're already on the way to sell 3 of those properties as we speak. We have another 6 that are identified right now as possible candidates as well. So just because SJR is going on doesn't mean we have abandoned the progress from the Huron report and SJR 98 as well. One of the other findings that we found internally that we will be addressing in the SJR is the realization, after being on the job for a few months, that some of our policies are outdated. In fact, we have spent several cabinet meetings trying to identify how many policies are outdated. And we estimate that 80% of all policies at KCTCS are considered outdated. 80%. That means we have a lot of work to do internally. And we're so proud that due to the suggestion of the state audit last year, that we have hired a compliance officer position at the system office to help guide us through this program, through this policy evaluation. So in fact, we're going to be developing a policy and policies to provide order and stability and prediction, so that as we evaluate our policies, that they don't get stuck in one part or crevice of KCTCS, that make sure that the peer teams are appropriately involved here, PLT as well. And there's a timeline so that these policy revisions and updates are not stuck, and that they keep moving forward. So progress is being made even before the results of SJR 179 are in. Also, just want to mention, last week we sent out a communication talking about inclusivity across KCTCS, and a discussion that we are starting to continue to have, across our system, about making sure that we are here for all of our students, and we have a welcoming environment for our faculty and staff as well. So in the weeks to come, we'll be evaluating and reaffirming the fact that we are here for student success for all, and that we want to make sure that we come up with policies and revisions that reflect that we at KCTCS welcome people from all backgrounds. We also had a school safety conference, a 2-day safety meeting headed up by Todd Kilburn and colleagues. Due to the unfortunate recent shooting in Eastern Kentucky, this affected 3 of our colleges. We had to shut down campuses due to this unfortunate event, but this gives us an opportunity to reflect on student safety concerns as well. And as we prepare for SJR 179, we're also in the works for a reorganization across KCTCS as well, which will occur either in December or January as well. So folks, just want to say we have victories to celebrate, particularly with enrollment. We need to acknowledge the improvements that we need, and we need a plan to implement changes as well. And before I conclude my president's report, Mr. Chair, I just want to say a special thanks to the hardworking staff at KCTCS, our faculty who are out there teaching today, but also my team here at the system office, as well as PLT. Thank you for the hard work that you all put in these last several months, particularly in preparation for today. So I want to say a personal thank you to you all. And with that, I'll conclude my president's report. And if there's any questions, happy to address that. If not, we can roll into 179.
Any questions? I want to say I definitely appreciate you bringing up the Huron project, because I know when we were in the process of that project and after we got done with the recommendations, there were many comments made. This is going to be just another project that we sweep under the rug, that we forget about. We will not do that. So I'm glad that we're keeping that as a point of emphasis as well. I know SJR 179 is huge, but so is making sure that we keep up with the recommendations and our progress of our Huron project. So if you want to go ahead.
Okay.
SJR.
So let's transition, if you don't mind, talking about for the next at least couple hours about Senate Joint Resolution 179. For those new regents on the board or those watching, just a little bit of history here. As we know, KCTCS just celebrated 25 years in existence. We are the largest higher education entity in Kentucky and perhaps the most important when it comes to workforce needs of our state. But we know that we need to spend some time internally looking at our alignment, our goals and objective, and kind of have a reset plan as well. Earlier this year, the Kentucky General Assembly, along with input from my office, passed Senate Joint Resolution 179, which asks us to examine nearly all facets of our system, including our accreditation and geographic footprint, our governing board, our funding model, academic programs, student pathways, and our policies and procedures. I believe that this resolution, which is one of many the General Assembly put out this year, is an opportunity for us to transform ourselves, but also celebrate who we are as well. It's a once-in-a-generation opportunity for us to reset, realign, re-engineer, and re-energize KCTCS. We incorporated the findings of Huron, SJR 98, and input from within to bring forth to you today an opportunity to have discussion. So I want you all, as we go through these 5 presentations, to please ask questions. Please give us your input. If you're watching at home or in the classroom, please chime in on the SharePoint site as well. We need your feedback right now. So before we get started, I want to say a special thanks to Dr. Sarah Ballard and PMO. They put in a lot of time preparing us to have a framework and process. So I believe that she and her team deserve a small round of applause. Thank you for everything you've done. We estimate over 5,000 hours have been put in so far towards the work product you're going to see today across employees and teammates across KCTCS, with many more hours to come. The timeline, as you can see on the screen, is aggressive. We have to report back to the General Assembly by the beginning of December. And as you can tell, in September, we're right there at the deliberation process. So we're going to present to you today with no voting and no decisions, but a status update. Next month, as mentioned earlier, we're going to have an external stakeholders opportunity for those, particularly in economic development, to give us their 2 cents as well. And by November, get any revisions required by you all and others, and perhaps findings from the forensic audit, which is due by the end of October. We can incorporate that as well. At the December 5th and 6th meeting, we'll be presenting the final work product to you to take action on. And then I, along with our team, will be presenting at the Interim Joint Committee on Education on December 10th as well to present the findings to the Kentucky General Assembly. To organize this colossal task, we developed 5 work teams, one that focuses on governance and organization structure, academic programming optimization, student pathways, affordability, and administrative needs of our system. All of these work teams were populated from representatives from across our colleges, peer teams, experts, other work groups, and employees that have subject matter expertise on these issues. We're still very much in the research phase. So if there are questions that you have, if there's topics you want us to research, we actually have the ability to get back to you very quickly so that we can thoroughly consider the benefits and drawbacks to each of the considerations that you'll begin to see today. It's important that our recommendations best serve our students while causing as minimal disruption as possible across our system. Now, there's a lot of conversations. There's going to be some disagreements along the way. But again, this is a chance for us to reset the system and become the best version of ourselves. In terms of process, here's how it's worked. Here's how it's going to continue to work. Each work team works diligently in the 5 buckets that were created, reflecting the 11 items that were set forth in the joint resolution. Those work teams, along with PLT, present to our RIA committee. What's the RIA committee? Well, that's the Realignment, Innovation, and Advocacy Committee formed by members of PLT. And so the work teams present to RIA, we consider the options, and then we make a recommendation and report that back out to you. About a month ago, we made an early recommendation about accreditation. I'm sure you all saw the email. The reason why the Governance and Organizational Structure Committee work group needed to report first is that other items being considered really reflect where we're going to go on the accreditation. So that was a front-loaded topic that we had to work through. And so after months of study, intensive review, careful consideration, and input from other states and other systems that have made changes or continue to strengthen their system, we made the recommendation to preserve college-level accreditation and focus on increasing shared services and seamless integration across KCTCS with more consistency across our colleges, as well as a focus on making sure that we address allied health programs as well. In order to come to this decision, many different things were considered. The level of disruption involved with each option, the anticipated cost associated with each option, anticipated savings, the time it would take to complete and implement, and the opportunity cost, meaning if we had focused our time and energy and resources on something else, could we have developed a greater impact on this? So with coming up with this recommendation, I thought it was very important that we preserve community identification. That's something we saw in Connecticut, that when they went to single accreditation, a lot of their community colleges lost their local identity. They lost their ability to raise money through their local foundation boards. And a lot of the things that they're trying to correct, we already have implemented at KCTCS. Unlike many of the other community colleges across the country, KCTCS has already adopted many of the system-wide accountability measures that other states simply do not have yet, including a common application, as well as shared services such as legal, HR, technology solutions across our colleges. Other states that considered this started at a different starting point. We're very far ahead compared to other states. So we're already realizing the benefits of single accreditation without having to go through what we predicted, a 3-year process that would cost millions of dollars. So to round out my comments today, think of it like General Motors. I drive a Chevy. Some people drive a GMC. Some people drive a Cadillac. They all have very specific brands, but it's the same company. And so as we move forward, my recommendation on preserving college level accreditation kind of looks the same way, that each college preserves its local identity, but behind the desk is the same company. And so if there's areas that we can improve and become more consistent on while deploying more resources towards student-facing aspects, which we know will increase graduation rates and success rates, that's where I think the most impact can be made. And so with that said, that's just one of many different recommendations that we encourage your input on from today. And just keep in mind that when we present this to you in December, a vote is taken, there are a chance that the General Assembly may say thank you, but no thanks. We like this aspect, but we aren't disagree, and they may do something else. So just keep in mind that, for example, the board governance, which we'll discuss here shortly, we may have an opinion on it here. You certainly will have opinion. The General Assembly and the governor's office may have different opinions, but I'm spending a lot of my time keeping the legislature as well as the governor's office informed about potential options here. So there might be some fluidity in some of these recommendations as it goes through our process of evaluation. So if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, we're going to start our first of 5 presentations. We're going to start with governance with Dr. Scott Williams. If you'd like to approach the microphone. This is an opportunity that many systems across the United States simply don't get to have. So let's work together to make this organization as best as it can probably be, as best as it can be, and set the stage for the next 25 years. So at this point, Dr. Scott Williams would kick us off with governance recommendations. He's the first of 5. I'd like to remind our speakers you have 15 minutes. That way we can preserve as much time as possible for discussion among regents as well.
Who would put it on the shelf?
Floor is yours, Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Dr. Quarles. Before I get started, I want to first say that on behalf of the PLT, we want to thank Dr. Quarles. He has done a fantastic job of not only structuring a mechanism in which this can be very well thought out, very well researched, and he has been very transparent and open, not only to our internal individuals, but that make up KCTCS, but also to the external stakeholders in KCTCS. So I think we need to give Dr. Quarles a big round of applause. He's always thanking everyone else, but he's really built this structure. So thank you for that, Dr. Quarles. I guess I have the dubious honor of starting this off with governance and organizational structure. Dr. Quarles, well, let me back up a minute. So what was our team tasked with? If you really went through Senate Joint Resolution 179, there were 3 specific areas that we were asked to address. And the first one was the geographic footprint of KCTCS. And this was not limited to, but there was a need for us to consider or look at mergers and consolidation. So included a lot of things in that geographic footprint. One, Dr. Quarles has already alluded to, they specifically ask in SJR 179, as well as a recommendation from CP's SJR 98, that we also look at accreditation systems, specifically look at a single system accreditation versus our individual college accreditation systems. And then finally, governance reform, not just the statewide board, but also our individual college boards as well. So our research really was, how can I say this, intense over the last several months. Some of these topics, I'll be very honest with you, were already initially research had been started as early as 2022, for instance, with single accreditation. This is something that we had been considering and looking at as a system for a number of years. So we did have some background and we've done some research in these areas. So what have we been doing research-wise the last 3 or 4 months? As we started SJR 179, we've consulted with not only our current accrediting body, but we also looked and visited with other agencies. CP, for example, is one, ACCT and some others. And so we really took the opportunity to either meet with them in person or communicate with them in ways to ask them a question and get us information that we were looking for. We went through a number of research and benchmarking case studies and research. Huron is one that we used. That was an exhaustive research study, consultation study. We also brought in some other experts in the higher ed space, if you would, that we met with and reviewed with. And we looked at a number of benchmarking studies that were already in print through the peer review research process. So lots of information was gathered, shared with our team members. We also really took a deep dive in not only our internal, but our external data. Internal data, for instance, our finances, our projected enrollment growth or projected enrollments over the next 5 years. We looked at a number of aspects regarding that with our own internal information, but we also took the time to look at external data as it involved those as well. What does it look like financially across the whole spectrum nationwide and in the state of Kentucky, as well as demographics and enrollments? We also evaluated other post-secondary governance models. We met with ACCT and we communicated with them when we had questions. They presented us to about 15 different governance structure models across the United States. All of those we took a look at as we prepared to look at how we might want to recommend structuring our governance models. And then finally, we also depended heavily on input from internal stakeholders, those members of our KCTCS team as well as our students. I'm not going to go through this one in a lot of detail. Dr. Quarles did an outstanding job of really kind of laying out this first recommendation and why we went into that very quickly. I will just provide these to you so you understand that we did have a multitude of recommendations with regards to accreditation. Obviously, one of them was that we would merge into one college, take all 16, decide one college to merge the other 15 into, and then we would seek reaccreditation for that one institution, and that would be a statewide accreditation. And so that was possible, and we recommended that as well. We also recommended that there's a possibility we remain as our 16 independently accredited colleges, but really we had to continue to do the work to basically shift all of our, if you will, functions into a shared services model. Board members, you can think of this as basically putting into practice what Huron said, move into those areas. So using the research that they found. And then we also looked at the opportunity to possibly merge regionally selected colleges into a single college and what that might look like. As Dr. Quarles said, the decision was made to go with maintaining, the decision was maintain independent or college accreditation and then move forward with those caveats of shared services and ensuring, especially our healthcare students, that they are seamlessly moving from one area to the other. And so he outlined why that decision was made. And so if there are any questions after this, I'll be glad to answer those. So let's talk about some topics. Now, these are, again, I want to reiterate, these are draft preliminary recommendations. These are really intended to create thought and discussion. And so we're going to start with our geographic footprint. And so,
1 second.
yes.
Excuse me, Scott. I
Yes.
have a question.
Mhm.
In the preparation for Dr. Quall's delivery
Mhm.
of single accreditation,
Mhm.
if I think a lot of people outside of the KCTCS wants to have a better understanding of what shared services are.
Mhm.
What are you talking about? What the systems office does?
Mhm.
What shared services are being done now? What is a possibility? And kind of align those that have some thoughts for what's coming. You may want to do a year, 2 years, 3 years down the road, a master plan, so that if that is our presentation, and I am for that, you've got to, I would think, build your case for the legislature to say, this is our anticipation, this is what we want to do, this is what the systems office can do, colleges can do this, and task the college presidents to say, okay, if we're going forward this, you need to start looking down the road how you're going to share services. Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
Just-
So,
You don't
our-
mind, just one
go
response.
ahead, Dr. Quarles. Mhm.
That's fantastic. So thanks for starting us off today. Fantastic questions. So actually, we'll be addressing those questions with our work team led by Dr. Kelly later today about what should the system office look like and what shared services potentially should be housed there as well. So that's great. Thank you.
Right. And from our team's standpoint, really looking at the Huron study, there were several areas that they had made recommendations for shared services that we already have a lot of shared services, legal counsel, certain kinds of business practices and so forth, but they recommended several areas. Admissions is one of those as an example. Regent Stevens. So essentially from the team standpoint, we were recommending that we move forward with their recommendations of those areas we should move into in shared services. So we'll clearly continue to articulate as that we move forward. So does that help, Regent Stevens? So first draft preliminary recommendation that the team is bringing forward for consideration deals with our geographic footprint. And so we felt like this was important after looking at the research that KCTCS needs to develop and establish criteria and a systematic review process to really evaluate the viability of our campuses, KCTCS controlled instructional sites, and considerations of how we either might repurpose, revitalize, or if there is potential to merge or consolidate areas, we should certainly take a look at that. This is something that needs to be well thought out. And so currently there's no structure within KCTCS to do that in a formal, systematic way. And this recommendation is put forward to actually put that policy. So we would move forward and do that on a systemic or systematic basis, so to speak. And so, but this is work that certainly the team felt like was important and was needed as for our future. Looking at governance reform, there are a number of recommendations I'm going to share with you. Again, these draft preliminaries, so the first preliminary draft recommendation really had to do with the number of the votes, if you would, for the state board. And so looking at models across the United States, we were unable to find one single state board, right, Tony, that had half votes. So, in fact, most people said they've never heard of that. So we thought the first place to address would be the half vote. So this recommendation, if you will, is to establish full votes for faculty, staff, and student regents, so the KCTCS Board of Regents, meaning that there would be one faculty representative, one staff representative, and one student representative. So rather than having duplicate representatives in each of those staff and student areas, there would be one. The next governance reform preliminary draft recommendation is that in looking at the models across the country, many of them had moved into including industry sectors as representatives on their board of regents. And so the team felt like that this was another preliminary recommendation that they wanted to make, and that was adopt a structure that mandates inclusion of industry sectors on the board's composition. Statutory guidance should be encouraged that allow nominations from industries that are pivotal to our strategic goals and our regional impact. So again, not mandate specifically that these industries have to be on the board, but an opportunity to get those appointed. All right. Oops. I can't do this from memory. I guess I could try. Thank you. So our next reform draft preliminary recommendation centered around composition of the board from a geographic or regional perspective. So in the current board statutes, it says that no more than three people can be appointed to the board from a single congressional or a judicial district. So in order to have broad representation, the team felt like that it was important to bring forward a recommendation that from a geographic representation, would require at least one member from each of the 7 judicial districts of the Kentucky Supreme Court district be included on the board. And so we're not asking or we're not recommending any structure to any changes to how the gubernatorial appointments are made, nor the election of faculty, staff, and students, but that those gubernatorial appointees, that they would consider that at least one member comes from every judicial district. That obviously would give a broad representation across the state of Kentucky, because we are Kentucky's KCTCS, we are the system. Other governance reform was centered around board size. So this recommendation, there's actually 2 options. And so I do think that this takes a little bit of a thought process. So there are, right now, because of the half votes, there are 6 elected positions to the board. So we say that we have a board of 14 members. If we go to 1 vote, 1 individual, a 1-to-1 perspective, then the board size would be as it's currently, if you would, as it's currently comprised of, would really be 11 individuals. Same number of votes. Currently, there are 11 votes on the current Board of Regents. If a faculty, staff, and student member became 1 single vote, and there was a representative from each of that, there would still be 11 votes on the Board of Regents. And so our first option is essentially keep the size of the board what it currently is, based upon if we accepted that first recommendation. So there'd be 11 members and 11 votes. So, but that would reduce the number of people from 14 to 11. I would point out that this still maintains the same voting relationship that we currently have. So currently right now, the elected members make up 27% of the vote. In this scenario, option 1, they would still have 27% of the vote. That stays the same. That would not change. The other option would be to expand the board, especially in lieu of adding industry sector representation. It may give an opportunity to be a little bit that is easier to do by expanding the board, going from 11 members to 13 members. That would then give 10 appointed members with the same 3 elected membership for the board on the elected side. Our next preliminary draft recommendation around governance reform was to term limits. And so the team looked at a lot of models out there, and interestingly enough, 6 years is a common model, but there are a lot of states have moved to 5, 3, and 4-year term limits. And so in order to kick with our 6-year cycle, the team wanted to recommend the following, and that they establish term limits of 3 years for board members, and they're eligible to be reappointed an additional 3 years for a second term. This option, we also feel like it's important if there was an individual elected to be the chair in that 3rd year and they would be rolling off, there would be language that allow that chair to serve an extra year before that their term was up. There are a lot of states and systems that are doing that particular type of thing. So, and then finally, everything else about the state board basically would essentially remain the same. Those are the recommendations that would put forth any kind of significant changes to the governance reform. The last slide is centered around our local boards and what that governance reform would look like. And so there are a number of recommendations that we're putting forward for consideration for y'all's evaluation and discussion. And the first one is that we have oftentimes, there's been confusion at the local boards because you are our fiduciary and policy establishing board. The local boards are really advisory only. And so we felt like that it might be important to recognize that in the title of our boards. And so we would suggest renaming those from the Board of Directors to the College Board of Advisors, clearly outline the roles and responsibilities are advising and not fiduciary and policymaking. That is KCTCS Board of Regents' responsibility. We also suggest maintaining the current statutory requirements of those local advisory committees, if you would, or advisory boards. However, we wanted to add one additional statutory responsibility, and that is suggested that each board of advisors will convene regularly, and we can define that later, with advisory boards of other KCTCS colleges to monitor and advise on the collaborative workforce development and service sharing plans of the KCTCS colleges in a defined geographic region of the state. Two reasons why we felt like this would be advantageous. Number one is, in a given region, we all have very similar workforce development and economic opportunities, and therefore colleges could work together to make sure we were meeting that. Dr. Warren talked about an example. We need medical lab techs in Owensboro. Why start a program when he has an outstanding program? So those kind of collaborations could be discussed and encouraged. Second piece, Regent Stevens deals with, okay, we're going to have shared services. How can we continue to make sure we're going to have those discussions and make sure those shared services are carried out with regards to those boards of advisors? So those are two areas in which we felt like would be a benefit for an additional expectation of those advisory boards. This is not meant to be an advisory board meeting or convening across the state. This would be in geographical regions. In addition, one of the major problems presidents will share with you is that we continuously get delays in appointments to the advisory boards at our local colleges. And so the team researched this, looked at areas in which this might be able to be addressed. And so this preliminary draft recommendation they brought forward is that they would suggest eliminating the nominating committee process and replace that with a model that enables the Board of Regents to appoint some or all members of the local board of advisors based on nominations from the local colleges. So that might be a much more timely process. And then finally, recommendation is maintain the current structure on the local advisory boards of 7 appointed members and 3 elected members, and then modify the terms to match whatever is decided for the Board of Regents. So those would have the same term lengths. And so be happy to try to answer any questions that you may have.
We are now ready for discussion.
Okay, questions?
Yeah.
The Board of House. Yes. Chef.
To deal with the industry sector that you said that could come in, I've been thinking about that. Wouldn't it be more beneficial to like make an actual like committee specifically for them, and they can have the committee look at the curriculum with marketing and whoever does that, and like certain industry sectors like agriculture and automotive in the East, you know, they're having a Ford plant being built in Elizabethtown, and you got Toyota in Georgetown, sorry, Corvette in Bowling Green, and you got transportation all over the place. And you even have maritime, like Ingram Barge in Paducah, and PTL and Murray and energy. So I was wondering, is there going to be a certain set of people for these industries or specific industries that we're just going to be focusing on? And would it be more viable to just have a committee for them as a whole?
So first of all, wonderful question. Good comments, and absolutely. So we do have multiple ways in which business and industry, specific industry sectors do get involved with us. One is advisory boards at our local colleges. So they are all required to have them. And so employers are directly involved with evaluating not only our programs, but its curriculum and the quality of the graduates are putting out. So that's done currently already. We do have the opportunity, and we do from time to time do convene across across the state industry sectors to address areas which we either are interested in advancing or we may need to get started. The battery production, we currently have groups of right now employers that get together and do those kinds of things. So this recommendation was specifically, if for instance, the Board of Regents is the policy making and the fiduciary responsible state board for KCTCS. And therefore, that recommendation is really not to create a workforce, if you would, discussionary point, but just to make sure that industry sectors are represented on the Board of Regents. Currently, we do. We have somebody from healthcare already on our board. We have somebody from manufacturing. So that kind of always happens organically. But basically, this recommendation is because Dr. Quarles just said it. You know, we are the primary workforce provider in the state of Kentucky. We would want to ensure that some of that representation was on our Board of Regents. So I don't think that really the intent was to create another committee or a subcommittee and really establish that you had to have these types of individuals on the Board of Regents. So just kind of ensure that there is some industry representation. I hope that helps, but that's a good question. Very good question.
Other questions? Yes.
Regarding the elimination of the nominating committee, that may reduce transparency. So I was just curious to know what the recommendations look for in the potential for political influence or the lack of transparency.
Right. Very good question. So statutorily, it would be, even with the local advisory boards, there would be state statutory requirements that, you know, you have to have a certain amount of equal representation of political party, you know, all of those types of demographics. So I think the consideration would be to keep that. There would be some guardrails. So it wouldn't be like, you know, Scott can just send forward names of people he likes. So, you know, there could be opportunities and, you know, that there might be a local selection processes and procedures to prevent that, because you are right. That's something we would need to consider. You wouldn't want a process that was untransparent and to prevent those types of things from happening. So, and then obviously we don't feel like, and I'm speaking for the team right now, you wouldn't want the colleges selecting their own members all the time. So really there needs to be some oversight and somebody making those appointments. And the team thought the Board of Regents could be an organization that could do that. So yeah, good points. Yeah.
Do we have any questions online? Well, James Lee, I'm sorry.
No, I have several. First of all, I don't understand is you recommend 3 years, but the appointment of all of the other state colleges has 6-year Board of Regents. So basically, and it's worked extremely well. And I do believe this is the most important Board of Regents in the state. So why would you not remain a 6-year term with 2 consecutive? That's one opinion I have. Another opinion is I value the information given to me, not only by the college presidents and Dr. Qualls and his staff, but by the faculty and staff. I am a very strong proponent of everybody having one vote. But another way to solve that is if you want uneven votes, add another appointed regent, making it 9, and then there'd be 15 people instead of 13 people. I think it's extremely important that as a regent that served on the board for almost 9 years, I hear from the systems office, but I also hear from the community college presidents who are sitting behind me, and the staff and faculty of the community colleges. So basically, I think those are the two things that I do like the judicial system because I recommended that. So I do like that because, and I look around at my colleagues who are viewing this and I reminded Dr. Qualls and several of my colleagues is that I'm the only appointed board of regents that is from Western Kentucky.
Right.
Everybody else is from Louisville, Lexington,
Right.
Eastern Kentucky, or Northern Kentucky. So
Right.
I need some company down here.
Absolutely,
But,
absolutely.
I would entertain those.
Mhm.
And I like the 6-year term.
Mhm.
We have a policy. I think I'll have to refer to legal counsel, but we have a policy in reference to the chairman and who can serve because we changed that about 3 or 4 years ago. So
Mhm.
hey,
Mhm.
I like the 6 years personally,
Mhm.
and I like the faculty and staff and students to have one vote and increase the number from 8 appointed to 9.
Mhm.
Now, with that said, I have some other recommendations.
Mhm.
You know, I think it's important that we have manufacturing,
Mhm.
but I think it's also recommended that we have healthcare, and that's extremely important. I think that we have representation from, and I use the term retired public educators, K through 12. And then I think if we're going to have another staff appointment, I think it needs to be an alumni, somebody that has graduated from the community college system or went through the community college system.
Mhm.
And I'll be quiet. Thank you, sir.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
So just a couple of things. You are right. If you look at least about between 15 and 20 models that were looked at, about half of them are 6-year terms. Regent Stevens, absolutely. There seems to be a trend, though, over the last 5 or 6 years that they're moving to odd numbers to get off the elected cycles. So that was a consideration for at least the odd number years. And then I think that the concept was with the ability to have a second term that you were very close to that 6-year term. So conceptually, and again, that is, I think, obviously there's nothing wrong with 6-year terms, but we're seeing more and more states do 4 and 5-year terms. Actually, 5 and 3 seem to be the most from the most recent models that are being moving forward. And again, I think the odd years to get off the political cycles, at least the election cycles, is one reason for that. For the numbers, again, basically the proportional voting doesn't change with the current. If we were, instead of having half of votes for faculty, staff, and students, and that went to one individual with one vote, the proportional vote stays the same at 27%. Even if even if the decision was made to move from an 11-member board to a 13-member board, adding 2 more gubernatorial appointed positions, there's still a 23% vote capacity by the elected members. Of the 15 to 20 that we studied, only one had a proportional internal vote amount of more than 20%, and it was at 20% outside of the state of Kentucky. And that, I think, Tony helped me, was at Minnesota, I believe, because they had 3 students on theirs. They had no employees, but they had 3 students on their state board. Now, I will say the reason why we kind of lean towards keeping the structure very similar to what it is, because the number as to what it is because within the state of Kentucky, all the regional universities, their boards are 11 members. And they have a faculty rep, a staff rep, and a student rep, and they each get a vote. So with the exception of UK and U of L, they have 2 faculty on their boards. But beyond that, so any of the recommendations we are making actually in no way dilutes the proportional voting of the elected members. So and in fact, some could argue that it might strengthen it because you can't split votes now. They can't vote against one another. So anyway, that just to give you a little background, Regent Stevens, as to kind of the thought process and research. Yes.
We have a question. Whitten?
Well, just a comment, actually.
Yes.
I think one of the bigger things, to kind of echo what Regent Stevens is saying, you know, it's not the proportional vote. I think that staff and faculty and students care about, it's the voice. And so, you know, as long as that T and that C are in our name, we represent two sides of the house. So I just think that that's really important to consider when making this recommendation.
Absolutely. I think those are good points, and I think they should be heavily considered. I will say the research shows the vast majority of state boards don't even have any faculty or staff representation on them. So Kentucky's one of the areas that still has quite significant amounts. So, and I think good reason. I'm not saying that's, I think it's good what Kentucky does, Regent Whitten. So, but just sharing with you what's out there across the United States.
Okay. Was there any thought about with the faculty, staff, and student of having them rotate or have them geographically representative?
We had that discussion. We certainly did, but how we would manage that with an elected component, we didn't fully, Chair Martin, work that out. Not to say it couldn't be done, but yes, that was, it was discussed. I do feel like, and I'm just speaking for the team, obviously this is shared by the PLT with the RIA and Dr. Quarles and all their input as well. But I think there was a strong indication to remain that elected capacity for the faculty, staff, and students, because as Regent Whitten says, it's important that they have a voice in that. So, yeah, but certainly could be looked at.
Yes, James.
Another thought is in the, if ever how we do the staff and the faculty, it needs to be staggered some way. So basically, because right now we're having elections, all of them are being, you know, elected is, and we need to work something out, ever what component we come up with, that we still have a faculty and staff member there, that they're not all going off at the same time or can't run. That's what I'm saying. You get new people on there. So I would throw that out as, I don't know how you can do it, but that's what Dr. Qualls can figure out.
Right.
Yeah, just real quick here. I know there's other questions. There's plenty of other examples where boards have been reconstituted, where they, when the implementation date actually includes a staggering implementation language, so we can work with the General Assembly and the governor's office to figure out what they prefer.
And we did, I just didn't mention that in the presentation, but that would obviously be a component. But Regent Stevens, I think you bring up a good point. That's something we probably want to consider with our elected members as well, making sure that we have a staggered process for those individuals.
Regent Sutton.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Yeah, I was thinking option number 3, being the faculty. I would love for us to see us as faculty have full votes, but still keep the 2. Do it a little history. You know, we came from the community colleges, we came from the technical colleges, which is why we have 2. And so I like that, you know, because we're your eyes and ears on the ground. You know, we're the ones that are dealing with students every day. We know exactly what's going on with them. We know the trends. We get, you know, continuing education. We're doing all the stuff. So all the questions you have as a board looking around, a lot of things we can answer. Just ask us. And so we're right here with you. So that's why I think it's kind of important to keep 2 of us on here.
You bet. And of course, everyone is aware of the history. And so, but I will just say there's some who thinks that for 25 years old, you know, a lot of the faculties now don't necessarily consider themselves technical and transfer. I know that there are some that still do. So that was part of the discussion as well. Just giving you the insight of the faculty and staff that were on that, on the team, on the governance and organizational structure team. So
Regent Gomez had a question.
I kind of wanted to piggyback off what Sutherland was saying and keep the 2 students as well, but instead have one of them be from the AA and one be from AS. That way both sides are represented.
Absolutely.
We have another
point. Thank you.
comment?
I would like to just make that comment as well,
Mhm.
keeping to staff on the board as well, just because you don't want to get in a situation with a large number of employees that we have where there's any constituency specific concerns that are weighted within staff.
Sure,
So I think that's an important thing to consider as we move forward with these.
absolutely.
Yes. Regent Green?
I would like to say I support the notion to eliminate the half votes. I think that's a step in the right direction. And as far as the geographic representation, Regent Stevens, I think that's a wonderful idea because we are spread across the state and we have such differences in our colleges. So having that representation, I think, would be great. And whatever we can do to make a concerted effort to include our business and industry partners. We already have partnerships established at each of our, regional colleges and our areas respectively, but to give them a seat at the table in our governance structure, I think would really make a statement. And so I would support that as well. And the staggering of the elected roles, losing that institutional knowledge as we have people that are coming and going on the board, I think that if we could come up with something to sort of remedy that, I think that would be good too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Regent Green. Good points. Excellent.
I would like to point out, though, if we keep 2 students, 2 staff, 2 faculty, and make them 1 vote, we would have to increase the overall board allocation as well, at least by 1 to 1. So that would put our
Take your board up to
Up to-
about currently how many? 14? It'd take you up to 17 or 18.
Yeah.
I'd have to do the math, but yeah, it would increase size of your board.
So I don't know how possible that would be because that would get it way out of
Yeah.
alignment with the other boards.
Something to consider,
So-
but
Do you guys feel like if we had 1, 1, and 1, you wouldn't have the same voice?
No, in particular, because of we're just talking about, I'm just going to speak to faculty. I'll let the staff people handle the staff side. But when you're talking about faculty, what I could almost guarantee you, I've actually asked for this data. Every regent got this in their inbox, the breakdown of faculty by general education and technical faculty. I'm just going to go out here on an assumption here and say that there are far more technical faculty than there are general education faculty. So you will probably never see, if you only have 1 faculty member, you'll never probably see, if they start voting in blocks, you'll never see another gen ed represented.
Well, that's where we put parameters in place.
How would you do that?
Oh, no,
You can't do that. I mean, all faculty
lot smarter
are
people than
eligible to
yourself.
vote. So, I mean,
Yeah.
Marty, am I wrong? So, I mean, you're the tech side.
No,
of the house.
I agree. I would hope that we could pull more votes. But no, I see your point. I agree.
Mhm.
I like the two sides.
I'm not worried about the percentage. You had 22 or so. If you have 9 appointed and, and 6 other votes. So I don't understand. We want everybody, whether it's alumni, manufacturing, everybody to have a voice at the table. But, if we're hunting for power structure, I don't think we are. We've got 9, if we went to, we've got 8 now, if we went to 9 appointed, you've got 9 appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate, and you've got 6 people, 2 faculty, 2 staff, and 2 students that are elected by their peers. So
I'm not sure the legislature or the governor would go for that percentage.
yeah. And I would, just like you stated about the term lengths, if you have, basically if you had 9 appointed and 6 elected and everybody had a full vote, that would be an unprecedented percentage of internal votes, if you would, compared to the rest of the countries, the way the boards have been made. And I just mentioned that from a research standpoint. So
Definitely, we got a lot more discussions,
Yes.
but not at this time
Yeah.
because we're going to have to move to
again, out of all the recommendations that come out of SJR, this is the one that's probably the most fluid. I would imagine certain legislators will say, well, I want the board to look like this. We
Yes.
may get input from other folks. I'll be keeping the governor's office informed as well. So this could be a lot of fluidity in this part. So just to make you aware of that.
Yeah. And there's a lot of work to be done in this space. So this is really to initiate those discussions and share with Dr. Quarles or Dr. Ballard, any of those, and they'll get it back to our team to take a
Okay,
look at.
thank you, Dr. Williams. Yes.
Dr. Quarles, do you feel that through SJR 179 that you, especially with the board size, do you feel that there was a real pushback on the current size of the board? I mean, was there a problem with it as it stands? Because I will tell you, I mean, once again, I'm speaking for myself here and not for Marty or any of the staff or students that are sitting here, but I'll gladly stay a half vote to ensure that there's two voices at each level.
In terms, to answer your question, I've not got any pressure except that we're the only one in America. And that I think that personally, I think it's demeaning that a full person gets half of a vote. I think that just the whole concept of that is antithetical to who we are as Americans. So I just feel that this is a chance for us to say, celebrate the past 25 years. Let's modernize ourselves. We've got plenty of other examples about about what other states and systems are looking like. And so I think it's just an opportunity for us to modernize. But at the end of the day, it's up to your all's recommendation. And it's up to the legislature to decide as well, the governor's office.
Okay, let's go to the next topic. Got to stay on task.
Okay, academic programming, Dr. Pate.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I want to start real quick by echoing Dr. Williams' comments of Dr. Quarles' leadership. This has been an enormous project and an incredibly aggressive timeline. But to me, even more important is through all of this, I have really seen, I think, the spirit of cooperation between the colleges, the system office, all of us increase. I think it's as good as I've ever seen it. So I think that's also worth mentioning and feel really good about the path we're on as we are doing this work, that we will do it together. But the academic program optimization, it really, I think of probably a greater percentage of this work directly came from Huron and the work that has been done there. What we were asked to look at was the quality and relevancy of academics and credentials. So we really tried to stay on that focus. Academics is certainly, and training is such a broad thing that we do, but we really tried to focus this SJR response on the quality and relevance of our programs. So the Huron study, particularly a lot of the work that we have continued on with this SJR 179 recommendation, sprang up from what a lot of the chief student affairs officers and the chief academic officers groups were doing with their academic programming optimization work through Huron, looking particularly at program and portfolio process improvements, modality trends assessments, and course and program sharing. So luckily, all of this work as it relates to program sharing and enhancing the way in which we evaluate and approve programs was already well underway. We really looked at, of course, all the trends and data analysis from that study and internally, but also I want to remind everyone that we do have 25 years of doing some pretty good things. All right, so it wasn't like everything was a train wreck and we've got to completely rebuild everything we're doing. We also have a lot of really good, impactful decisions made over the years. And I think it's worth mentioning as we look back over some of these trends and data analysis, we made a decision many, many years ago to go to a common numbering system, course numbering system in KCTCS. We have a common start date in KCTCS. we use the same learning management system across all of KCTCS. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that we have done that have moved us in the right direction. And then, of course, we looked for some input from external stakeholders, and also extremely aware that, particularly as we talk about program reviews and program approvals, we're going to have to work closely with CPE for some of the things that we will look to do in these recommendations. Looking at academic quality, we wanted to support third-party validation for our programs. A great majority of our programs already do this, but we want to make sure that we as colleges and as a system are very supportive to encourage all programs to look at external validation, whether that be an accreditation, a licensure, or just a third-party review, to give some kind of credentialing to the individual programs. We certainly want to take advantage of our program advisory committees. These are strong committees every program and every college has, largely through the Perkins grant processes. But I think it is an opportunity for us to look at how we do what we do and who we're doing it with on those program advisory committees, to dip into that talent pool to help us ensure the relevancy and quality of our academic programs and make them more of a structured component of our review processes and not just a checkbox of a Perkins grant requirement. We do want to look at revisit the meta majors. This is something that has come up, and I know our faculty regents are well aware of this, but this in some form or fashion has kind of doubled back and circled around, whether it be meta majors or guided pathways, or what these things are. But I think it's really time that KCTCS look at this across the board, because what it really does is allow us not just to better advise students, and it does do that, but also better inform the legislature of what is the value of the AA and the AS degree. Those are just half of our students. The Associate of Applied Science, the other half of our students, those are a little easier to demonstrate. That is nursing degrees, welding degrees, business degrees. AA and AS, we know and understand that's the precursor to 4-year degrees in engineering, pre-med, arts, whatever that may be. But we don't really have a good way to identify that without revisiting and strengthening this meta major conversation. Of course, we're going to look at increased program sharing. A lot of that work has already been done. Want to give Dr. Wagner and her groups a whole lot of credit. See, we've become so integrated. I look for Dr. Wagner over here in the president group. Her and her groups have really done a lot of work, immediately upon the Huron recommendations to get this started. And we already have some pilots running. And what we've discovered is there's a lot more program sharing going on amongst our colleges than we knew systematically. So really good work being done there. And then the program review processes. And Tyra Frick, and I shouldn't mention names. I always leave people out, but there's a lot of really good work being done right now as we really look to overhaul our program review processes and really bolster those with some data and external input. And CPE is doing the same thing right now. And in fact, there is a statewide, Dr. Wagner, I can't remember the name of that group, the CPE work group that's convening for quality credentials of value. Yeah, tomato, right? Credentials of value committee. Honestly, it's going to be some good work. And we do have a voice at that table. So, some of that is going to drive what we do with the program reviews. And then looking at relevancy, a whole lot of what we do as relevancy really is how are we reviewing our own programs, but we also have to have a process to approve new programs. So, and make sure that when we approve a program, it's not just a program we want, it's a program our communities need. So again, we're working with CPE to work on the timeline piece so that we can make sure to turn those programs around as quickly as industry needs them. But then also, again, looking at our own approval processes to make sure that we are ensuring the relevancy of that program before we implement it within our students and community. The only other thing I'll say before I'll open up to some questions, I know I went through that pretty quick, but a lot of this is really straightforward. And again, work that has been continuing since Huron. But there's a couple of pieces that probably will be coming as we fully vet this. One is the data side. We didn't inundate you all with a lot of the data, but one of the ways that we are certainly going to indicate the quality of our academic programs is the data that we have gathered over the past, however many years you want to go back, to show things like our graduation rates, the way our students perform in the junior and senior year once they transfer to a four-year institution versus the students who started at that four-year institution in their junior, senior year. And then post-graduation data to show the percentage of our students who either do successfully transfer or enter the workforce at a family-sustaining wage. We've got all that data that will be coming. And then the other thing, we are kind of looking into some of the areas that if we wanted to talk about a future state, that we may make some recommendations to say, if we had additional resources, we could provide more dual credit counseling in the high schools. We could provide better career counseling, whatever those things are, because we're really at a point we can't just take on more initiatives without more resources. So ladies and gentlemen, I'll take a breath now. And Mr. Chairman, Dr. Quarles, open it up for questions.
Yeah, I just want to give a little bit of a kudos. You mentioned Dr. Frick. Thank you for bringing her along. And we've been needing this for many, many years to go through our curriculum, clean it up, update it, standardize it. We've never had anyone over the past 22 years that I've been here talk about how to create curriculum and standardize it and things like that. So I appreciate her work and what she's doing. And over the next couple of years, we'll be doing a lot of this and getting a lot of stuff straightened out. We're definitely heading the right direction. So a lot of this stuff is coming together at the same time, the Huron, SGR, everything. So this is one of those instances where we're already looking at, oh, we need to fix this. And they're like, oh, you need to fix this. So right on time. So it's a good time. So.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Regent Whitten.
So I have to ask, the validation, the third-party validation. So did you guys go ahead and start looking at possible third-party vendors, or what are you thinking there?
So I'm discovering there's a lot of different ways to do this.
Okay.
And the PLT discussion was very enlightening, because when we first made this recommendation, it was to support all programs being not credentialed, what's the word? Externally accredited. Okay, and then, but we started hearing that, well, some of our colleges may be using, and CPE actually put some of this work forward a long time ago about these basically third-party reviewers that will come in and assess your quality.
Okay.
So we just started hearing there's a variety of ways to do this. So again, the September, what we're bringing forward is more, hey, let us know if we're going in the wrong direction. We still have a couple of months to fine tune some of these things, but we realized with this one, we didn't need to be that prescriptive to say accreditation or even licensure, because there are other ways of doing this. But the point being, if we want to ensure our Commonwealth and our legislators that we do have quality programs, we need somebody other than just us saying they're quality. Which I think our employers say that, but there's no way really to collect that
Okay.
data.
Another,
Go ahead.
sorry, just another, if I may. So when we talk about increasing the program sharing among colleges, I'm just curious, your group, and then of course the RIA team, like what is that kind? I mean, I know we're baby stepping here, but what does that look like holistically? Because I know a lot of that, those are a lot of the questions I'm getting.
Sure.
Those are a lot of questions I think probably Marty's getting. What does that shared services and shared programming look like? And what does that do to the amount of faculty?
Okay.
You knew where I was
Let me,
going.
I did,
Yeah.
because I was going to say, I'll go ahead and address what I think some of the fear is. The fear is we're looking at reduction of force in these things. That's not the lens that this is looking through. Really what we're looking at is an access lens. So, I mean, we've had some conversations amongst PLT once we've really put this on the table of, perhaps there's things at Elizabethtown that I really wanted to offer, but I can't. I don't have enough students or jobs to drive that. So I've just not offered that thing. Well, if Scott Williams and, Kerry Castle, whoever's close enough to us also are doing that exact same thing, then there's another, example of where we can increase access to a relevant program by partnering. I'll just tell you, Scott Williams and I had this very discussion 6 years ago with paramedic. I could not get the paramedic program started, and he had a very strong one, so he helped me start that. Well, it worked so well, we never changed it. I didn't start my own. I have still 6 years later partnering with Scott to offer that program, and it's working very well. Scott and I are now getting ready to start our second one in a little bit different model with sonography. Scott needs sonography, but maybe not enough to justify an entire program, so we're working together on that. So I'm not saying that there aren't examples out there where we shouldn't. If we've got 2 adjacent programs with 5 students each, maybe we do need to go down to one program of 10. But that's not the intent. The intent is, how do we increase access to relevancy through program sharing?
Regent Hall.
I just wanted to make the comment that I do think streamlining the approval process is a great step forward. I would like to comment too that the third-party validation, I think, will help with our transfers as well, and even helping to develop new 2+2 programs. So I think that's a great step forward too. I did have a question about what that looks like in terms of where we go forward once the recommendation is made. Are these teams going to stay assembled? Are we going to continue to monitor? Like, how are we continually monitoring those efficiencies that we have within our academic programs? Because I'm assuming that this won't be one and done. It'll be something that's continued out.
I'm not sure which teams you're talking about.
The RIA teams, the 3 teams, and one of the reasons I asked, because you mentioned modality, and Dr. Quarles in his president's report talked about prison education. So as we move forward with not only looking at the effectiveness and the efficiencies of our academic programs, while we move into the modality, how are we considering those special populations that have restrictions even outside of CPE through like AOC? How are we considering those in this process?
Well, and let me say, probably don't have an answer for every niche question out of this. And again, these are some kind of broad guidelines, and if you look carefully, it says that we would support third party, evaluation. We could say require. We haven't gotten there yet. So this is really the broad strokes. Fine strokes will come a little bit later. RIA teams, that's kind of an appointment process within Dr. Quarles. Dr. Quarles, you want to speak to that?
Yeah, just to give you some context. So we're providing recommendations, and then the discussion on implementation occurs. But the good thing is, out of all the work groups, this is the one that KCTCS is already working on this long before I came along, and that's great. And so progress on Huron, what I keep hearing about from policymakers is that we need to be more nimble. We need to have the ability to show efficiencies and teach out programs that may not be as relevant. That's already happening through the APO process. And so out of all the work groups, this is the one I think that we're in pretty good shape. We'll keep moving forward, but we'll have to have a discussion after whatever actions legislatively or internally we take about the implementation of all these recommendations.
And there are annual reviews being done. So, I mean, it's not a one and done. But the other thing, going to your point about program approval processes need to be a little more responsive. It's another way to brag on what we have done. This board did take action to say, and through the faculty senate, everything, where if a program and degree exists in KCTCS, we no longer have to go through the full board process. KCTCS president can approve that. Greatly expedited every program implementation sense. So we're doing good things, some things we can improve, but that's what these processes are all about. So
Regent Sutherland.
The the meta majors for the AA and AS, are you mostly doing that to gather some data, or what's the thoughts on that?
No, well, to me, the very first positive about meta majors is more defined advising for students. All right, so if we have an AS student and we send them to an AS advisor, maybe that hits, maybe it doesn't. But if we have an AS pre-dentistry student and we have some faculty who are trained in pre-dental work, okay, now we're better advising that student and we're making better use of the advisor's time. But yes, the data piece is just important because there's been some devaluing, not just in our legislature, but in America on the value of an AA degree. And then there's even data published of what salary you earn with an AA degree. But we know that's not the purpose of an AA degree. But if we have an AA education, right, now that's a different feeling, understanding. So I think there's some twofold there, but I think number one is the advising.
Because there's no real way to track them once we lose them, is there?
Once we lose them.
Well, they graduate from AA and they're gone. Did they ever go get in?
Oh, we can track transfer. Yes, yes. And if we have meta majors, I think there's some even tracking within that. So
okay,
it would be an improvement.
Really like the idea of being able to respond more quickly to the community partners' needs by just sharing those courses or those services, and making them available a lot sooner than going through the other process
Yes,
of
sir.
recreating it. So, yes, Dr. Ward, were you going to say anything?
Thank you. Any other?
Thank you, ladies.
Any other questions? Okay, why don't we take a break? James Lee looks like he's ready for a break.
Thank you.
Let's take a 10-minute break. It is 2 o'clock. Looks like on that clock up there, the laptop. Let's be back at 2:10. Hey, you want to go ahead and get started? Just talk over that.
I can bring people back. Okay. So one of the important things I think that you can observe as, you know, this is now group 3 and we have 4 and 5 coming, is that while we are working from 11 questions given to us by the Senate Joint Resolution, Dr. Quarles has put us into 5 work teams to kind of organize the conversations and the research questions to develop outcomes and recommendations and options, as well as the famous workforce plan. The important thing to remember is that this is a quilt. We're putting a lot of different pieces together. This is not, each group is going to have a segment of the report. This is all going to kind of flow in together, the research that we're doing, as well as our strategy, and focused always on the why. Why KCTCS and why are we doing this renewal? 25 years was a time for us, and we fulfilled that obligation, fulfilled those responsibilities and those designs. We are a different Kentucky, we're a different country, and frankly, we're a different world. And so now what is the KCTCS in the 2024 to 2050 Kentucky, where our assets are going to be appropriately applied to Kentucky's needs and goals. So in terms of the scope of work of my work team on student pathways, it was comprehensive statewide KCTCS workforce plan, effectiveness and affordability of dual credit course offerings, and a focus on transferability of associate's degrees to 4-year institutions. So you can see already a lot of overlay and a lot of overlap with Dr. Pate's group and work. So a lot of the conversations really kind of fall into the same buckets. But one thing I do want to say in terms of the research that was done here is we looked at, you know, benchmarking and doing research case study reviews and looking at dual credit transfer and career navigation and analysis of internal external data and those 2 other areas there, is that my team that I worked with represented across the system, members from the system office, representatives from across the college and multiple types of units. I had never met any of these people before. And what was amazing was that they all had the same mission. They all had the same goal. And so when we came together, what the challenge was, the biggest challenge for us was what people tend to want to do in situations like this, which is run to the whack-a-mole, see a problem and hit it. Kill it preferably, right? And what we had to do was we had to take a step back and look what are our guiding principles. When we talk about student pathways, what do we really mean? We're not talking necessarily about specific items and technologies because those are going to change. But the fact that where we landed was basically was this: no one should be confused. They should know when they enter KCTCS that they are they're a person who is trying to achieve as quickly as possible a career or a goal. And so they're in the certificate program or an AAS program, or they have a longer term goal with moving from middle skill to high skill. And they are in a transfer program that makes sense to them and not these generic kind of things that we've designed over the past, 100 years in higher education, but something that is really connected to them. So those guiding principles were about making sure that communication was part of the process all throughout. No one would be lost, that there would be supports, not just internally from the institutions, but externally from their communities, externally from the people that would potentially hire them or take them on as transfer students, and particularly their in-personal support network, so family and guardians. And as we worked on these guiding principles, then we focused on core design elements. So what would that look like if we made sure that no one was confused? And that led us to these 3 overview options for recommendation. The first is to create an integrated career pathways framework across the KCTCS system. In other words, that our systems are connected, that if you're taking classes within our programs, that there is a comprehensive strategy for taking those courses in those programs. If you are taking dual credit classes, those dual credit classes naturally flow into either a career and technical education program or in a transfer program. And it's not something that's a second thought. It's not something that, oh, I just took those courses because the high school said I should to graduate. That it becomes part of a built-in design for navigation, that you don't have to always think about it or question what you're doing there. Now, one of the challenges, and I'm going to talk about some of the challenges with each of these recommendations, and they fall into one basic category. KCTCS lives in the middle. We are in the middle of everything in the state of Kentucky, and we can't control everything. As a matter of fact, there's a limited range of accountabilities that we can control, but we cannot control how students come to us. We cannot control the ISDs. And in this particular program, this particular recommendation, one of the great challenges we have as an example is the fact that we have 171, I'm going to say that again, 171 independent, I'm going to repeat that, independent school districts that our 16 colleges serve. Each one of them has its own version of what it will accept as dual credit. Each one of them. So we have to respond to that condition and the one-offs that come off of that. So us having a comprehensive dual credit programming or comprehensive dual credit where we understand what students should be taking, how they come to us, how they leave us through that process is complicated by the fact that we have no strategy in KDE that comes to us. So it makes it ever more complicated, which then makes it ever more difficult to develop consistency. And why we err on the side of flexibility. We are challenged by serving our constituents where they are. And that includes our ISDs. And so that's why one of the recommendations, example of the recommendation or option that's being made is to promote KCTCS as the sole provider for dual credit. What that would provide is a consistent platform upon which we can build an early college strategy for the state of Kentucky that will lead to more than 50%, because currently we're at 50% college attainment or college going culture. And if we can get it to 65 and 70, which is going to be necessary for the economic vitality of the state going forward. But we can't get there if we have one-offs, and more importantly, if we're competing with the universities that currently are not designed for dual credit, but it's attractive to them because of the finances. So that is one of the challenges for us is that we live in the middle. The second option has to deal with a supportive infrastructure to enhance pathways. An example of that, and Dr. Pate mentioned it, data. And in our research and our conversations, this was something that drives our people nuts, is that we don't have an ability to track whether a student is a career and technical education student or a transfer student. And so many of our students, and we had this at Gateway, we did a study with NKU, and many of our students will transfer that were not categorized as transfer students. And until we have that ability, that robust data to decision framework that really helps and builds on what ORPA has done, that helps us build off of what KY Stats through the Council on Post-Secondary Education has done, and really to be able to identify within, in my vision, it would be within 6 months of a student coming to us, they know they're a transfer student and they know what program they want to transfer into, or they know they're a career and technical education student, or they know they want to get to a career with a specific certificate, diploma, or award. But that doesn't happen without data and being able to track that. The other thing is it would ensure that students are properly identified and aligned to the appropriate plan of study to career. So if it's going through a career and technical education program, they are there knowing that that's why they're there, right? And it's not a matter of advising and asking every question every time you sit down with a student, what do you want to do next? That's not the point. The point is to help them mature into their own agent based on the kind of program that they believe is valuable to them, assessed on their talents and abilities. And so embedded within this recommendation is a conversation about an assessment of some kind. And some of you have heard us talk about youth science assessment, which takes interest and aptitudes of students and gives them an opportunity. Hold on, I was trying to see if I've got my timer on. I do not. Okay, sorry. All right, I'm gonna, yeah, I know. Thank you, Anton. Checks in the mail. But if we have this data decision framework, then we can get to metrics. We can get to return of investment. We can answer those questions on an ongoing basis and answering the questions been coming across the Regents through all this, which is you set it up, that's great. How do you set it and forget it? Right? How do you set it in such a way that the design is a continual assessment of the effectiveness of the strategies and how you're doing? How do we know how well we're serving our students? And then that leads to the next one, which is to enhance student guidance and support systems to improve pathway success. So currently, we talk about the importance of transfer, and we talk about the importance of career navigation, the importance of getting dual credit students to us, because we feel that we're best prepared to help them along their way. And the research, as Dr. Neal has pointed out in several meetings before, show that our students do better at the universities than their homegrowns because of the care that we take towards them. But here's the challenge. We're not invested in it. We don't have the number of people it's going to take for having the kind of mentoring and the hand-holding, as well as the lifting people up through hand of their goals and their abilities. Because we want to make sure not only that you're not getting lost, but that you are fully engaged in your pathway. That you don't have to ask every March, what is it I got to do again to register for fall? And who do I need to talk to? Those are the kind of questions. That means we're not getting anywhere with people because the people that we're helping are not growing in their awareness of what their part in this role is. We do all the support network stuff. We connect people to services and incredible work in that regard, but we do not have nearly enough of a commitment to making sure that there is this growth as a person in my career pathway. And that leads then to developing this comprehensive workforce plan. Now, when I first saw the documents and I looked at it, and I got 6 minutes. I looked at the document. It was a bit intimidating because I read it as Kentucky Comprehensive Plan. And frankly, we can't do that, right? I mean, we can say all we want, but we can't make a Kentucky Comprehensive Plan. But we can have a comprehensive plan within the assets of KCTCS. Whatever we control, we can make sure that those assets are working together to have comprehensive impact, not only on our students, but on the state as a whole. And so the movement of the team was to get to this idea of what would a catalytic workforce plan from KCTCS do? And why that's important is because currently there are no formally published goals for the state of Kentucky for workforce and economic development. You have regions that have plans. You have economic development companies in Northern Kentucky, you have them in Louisville, you have them in the metros, you have them in the rurals. But there is not a comprehensive review and view of that. The Cabinet for Economic Development did put out last year, was it last year or this year, Jesse? This year, their economic blueprint, which gave kind of a mapping of the businesses and industries that gave Kentucky a chance to win in the future economic winds that blow. We currently do not have, as a state, a North Star for which KCTCS can commit its assets and resources to. Now, we can do all of this stuff. We can put together labor market analysis, program evaluation. We can ensure, as we often do, and put on steroids, the great work that our faculty and staff do to make sure that our programs are serving the needs of our communities. We can amp up the strategy that allows us to use special forces through our workforce solutions to then create credit programs that are immediately responsive to our businesses and industries that come in. But when we think about economic development, when we think about who we should be serving, it's the companies that are coming in to our region or that are expanding or retaining talent that are focused primarily on middle skills and high skills. That does not happen because KCTCS says so. That will happen if we can say to the state, we have a framework that allows us to be ready. We are ready for this work. And we are excited about this work. And here are the other pieces and parts and the allies that we would love to bring into the game in order to ensure that this work makes a better Commonwealth going forward. And so that's where a lot of our conversations have gone. And and I would be remiss if I didn't also add to the conversation the fact that myself and my 4 peers on the steering committee meeting weekly also has been a wonderful benefit to getting this work organized, that we've been able to see how the multiple strands really kind of come in together. So I'm going to be fascinated by how Sarah puts all this together. But I stand for any questions.
If you don't mind, Mr. Chair, just a couple comments here. We sat down with the new K-12 commissioner, Dr. Fletcher. And so it was a great introductory meeting. And so the more collaboration we can have, the better. And I know that with the SWAT initiative going on, we have a lot of direction about where we need to go on the workforce plan. And also, remember I mentioned before the break that legislators, others may have different viewpoints. When we mentioned the dual credit recommendation, we can only imagine there'll be pushback against that as well. But this is a chance for us to think bold and consider all options. So that's all I have to say.
Regent Sutherland.
So what I got out of that, I heard was KDE has no strategy. That's the biggest thing I heard out of that.
There is no connected strategy between KDE, KCTCS, and CPE for
Never-
comprehensive educational strategy.
Never more a true statement than that.
Okay.
I mean, so
I don't want to be taken out of context.
I haven't brought this up to Dr. Quarles before. So I understand they've got some pathways that they're trying to do and goals that they're trying to obtain that have no alignment with us whatsoever. And so I'm hoping that as some of you guys start to meet together, you can start bridging some of these gaps. And like you said, and we got Dr. Pate, he's on the board now. Beat you to it. So we're doing some things. And so it's starting to look that way and we're starting to head that direction. And so I'm just kind of echoing the same thing. Please keep doing that because as a faculty person who's trying to do pathways and trying to bring people in, we do the dual credit stuff. And then the counselor's like, we need to take them off in this direction because we need this certificate. It's like, that doesn't line up with anything. And so keep up the work. You got a lot to do.
And one other thing is, so we're excited Dr. Pate is serving on the Board of Education as well. So that's going to increase communication. But another objective here was we want to eliminate the residency issue across our colleges as well. So we may have to implement some sort of tracking system, et cetera, that still does happen. It doesn't happen very often, but that would be another outcome of this work group as well.
Regent Whitten.
Kudos to this. I'm lucky that I tell Dr. McCullough all the time, I'm very lucky that I've got two people working on two of these work groups in my building and I annoy them, as you would imagine, with questions. So, but kudos to this group. I think this work is great. I'm a big proponent, as I say often, intrusive advising, and I feel like this kind of culminates with all of that. I did have a question about it goes back to the research and considerations, that very first slide where it's talking about evaluation of post-secondary workforce plans. Where did the group go with that, or where are they thinking? I know it's early and we're baby stepping, but was there a particular metric you had in mind for that?
Well, I think that what we're looking at is the post-KCTCS outcomes. It's probably going to be the first major metric, and then we'll get some more sophisticated as we learn it. But again, the metric, if the metrics are simply internal to KCTCS, they will be of ultimately limited value to the state. That's why we've got to get it so that it's everybody involved.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Up next is affordability with Dr. Neal.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Some great work that you're hearing. I do have to celebrate the teams that have worked on this, on our affordability team. We've had a tremendous group of folks who have worked tirelessly all summer, as have those on the other teams, and I want to thank them. And I also want to give a shout out to our project management office staff. They have done yeoman's work in supporting all 5 teams on all the topics that we talk about, the keeping us on task, keeping us our weekly meetings going, managing all of our documents, helping us track down research. You guys have been rock stars, so thank you. Our topic is one that actually has 3 items that we will address that were highlighted within 2 of the SJR bullets. And so we're going to talk about funding model and its adequacy, We're going to deal with that word in particular, adequacy, including state appropriations, existing performance funding, and then the funding of the system office. The second bullet point deals with tuition rates and the commitment to ensuring affordability, which we're going to have to deal with that term in just a moment. But before I get into these, just like all the other teams, we have spent a tremendous amount of time looking at research, running more spreadsheets than I care to look at. I'm a former psychology faculty, and I'm glad to have a couple of business officers on the team because they really have done a great amount of data hacking and chopping through information and just producing some really outstanding results that we're going to lay out some options around here. But I have to give you some background. When we were talking about funding adequacy and tuition rate comparisons, tuition rate affordability, we had to define what those two terms meant. Adequacy, what does adequate funding mean to us? Because it wasn't defined in the SJR. And what does affordability mean to us? Because that was not defined. And so one of the things that we thought we could do is we could sit back and say some subjective definitions. What does, no, we're not funded adequately because we need more money for this, that, or the other thing. But that's probably not going to resonate with leaders across our state. So we decided that we would take a look nationally at a database that is used in four-year colleges and two-year colleges. It is the official data on tuition, enrollment, state appropriations, local appropriations for states that have that, state financial aid. And we were able to get the 2023 data, which is the most recent data. And it really is the go-to data source, official data source for higher education. And we were utilizing that to set some definitions. But what we found is when you're looking at comparing us to the other 50, all 50 states together, not all 50 states, when it comes to how tuition is handled and how funding is handled, state appropriation funding is handled, are all the same. So if you take the 50 states, if you look at community college funding sources, for example, funding, most community colleges, if not all community colleges in all 50 states, do receive some level of appropriation. Okay, so that's one funding source that's common to all 50. And then all 50 states, the community colleges do charge tuition. So that's a second funding stream that is common to them. However, there are some states, approximately 30, that also have a third funding stream to help support the community colleges. And that was because of the way they were developed in that particular state. And that is local property tax support for their community colleges, where the local communities have chosen over the years to take part of their property taxes and help provide support for their community colleges. So why is that important? Well, Kentucky is not one of those states. So we're part of that 19 or 20 19 or 20-ish states, and there's ish because I'll get into that if you want to know. We are part of the states where there's only two funding streams. We're not part of the 30 or so states where there's three funding streams. So that third funding stream, which is local property tax, helps to offset the cost of tuition and state appropriation. So when you're trying to pay for something and you have two funding streams, that the cost of that something has to be borne by those two sources. But if you have three funding streams, each one of them can take on a lower portion of the funding for that something. So for example, all of us have probably had a roommate when we were in college sharing an apartment. So let's say you had two roommates sharing $1,000 a month apartment. You would split that $500 each, correct? Well, what if you brought on a third roommate in that same apartment? You'd each have $333. So each one could have a lower share. But that's a similar kind of concept to what we're talking about with state appropriations, tuition, and the impact on both of those, that local appropriation. So I say all that to say, when we looked at the 50 states and started comparing our tuition rates to others, when we started talking about funding adequacy or our state appropriation funding adequacy, we had to separate out and create a comparator or benchmark group of states. And it is those states that do not have local property tax. And that way, when we start to do these comparisons, we're doing apples to apples comparison. Does that make sense? Okay, so we got some background information there. Now, I don't have a lot of charts. Being a former faculty member, I love throwing charts and pictures and diagrams up, but I'm going to ask you to take a piece of paper and a pen, and I'm going to have you write down some numbers and some circles that will help you understand what we were working on and the basis for which we're laying out some options here. So on maybe one side of your page, I want you to write the number 145. Okay. Right below it, write 8484, 8,484. Right below that, write the number 4887. Okay, somewhere else on your page, I want you to draw a larger circle, maybe the size of your fist, and then a smaller one, maybe about the size of the tip of your thumb, okay? Next to each other. Inside the big one, I want you to put the number 187. And in the smaller one, put the number 23. That's all you need to know, all those numbers right there. Okay, so when we started looking at the funding model, which is the first one that we'll talk about here, you have to understand how our current funding model works. And it was asked in Senate Joint Resolution to look at our own funding model. Well, those two circles combined are our appropriation annually. 187 million in the big circle we call our base. And then the 23 million in the small circle is our performance funding. And when you put those two together, about 210 million roughly, I'm rounding all these numbers just for ease. 210 million is the amount of dollars that the state appropriates to us annually right now. Okay, makes sense? Now, the way that that model is set up is that big circle, the base, there is no way to calculate that. We have talked to everybody at the state and CPE and everybody else. It is a roll forward number. Whatever we got last time in the base, it rolls forward, and they might choose to give us a little bit more or a little bit. Or they've said we would not take it backwards unless some pretty dramatic revenue shortfalls happen within the state. So there's no way to really count on that other than being that number, and it rolls forward from one year to the next. The small number, actually, 23 million is about 1/10 of our total appropriation, is the performance metrics. And a lot of times whenever you have metrics in calculating funding, people call that performance. The way that our model is put together has some challenges to it, because the state legislature will decide on an amount of money that they want to push through those metrics, and then us and the 8 universities try to vie for a portion of that money that goes through there. And the portion that comes out this time was 23 million. Unfortunately, what it does is, although it has metrics and it's based on performance, it does create a competition model where we have to outperform each other to get a larger share. It's actually set up very similarly in many states that we have found. No matter where you put a small amount of money through it or a large amount of money through it, what it ends up happening is not truly performing or rewarding performance, because you can perform better from one year to the next, but if everybody else outperforms you, you lose money. That's a competition. That's not necessarily rewarding performance. And we can go more into detail, but I wanted you to understand our current model because it will help understand these two options here. So what did we find when we started looking at our comparator states on average funding per, and we break this down into a very common metric that we see used all across higher education, and that is dollars per FTE. So you take any amount of money, you divide it by how many full-time equivalent students we have. For us, it was a little over 40,000 in this survey, 40,552. And that gives you a dollar amount per full-time equivalent that you're funded. And so we wanted, from an adequacy definition, is lay ourselves up against the average funding rate of our comparator states. You following me? So if you go back to the numbers that you wrote down, the 4887 is the dollars per full-time equivalent that we are funded at right now. So if you took those two circles, added them together for 210 million that we were allocated, divided by our 40,552, you would get the $4,887, $4,887 per FTE. Does that make sense? Okay. The average of our comparator groups is that larger number, the 8,484. So if that's the average of our comparator groups on a common metric, would you consider our current funding at $4,887 adequate? Our team did not. We're about 43% lower in dollars per FTE than the comparator states that we lay ourselves up against in this analysis. So as we talk about two different kind of funding models up here, those are tools to allocate money or reward performance. But really what we're wanting to do is help the legislature understand, for adequate funding, which is what they asked us to assess, we need to go from $4,887 per FTE up to the $8,484. That would, in our opinion, be considered adequate funding. What would we do with that extra money? Well, you just heard a number of things from some of these other teams that we're going to need resources for, whether it be career services, dual credit advisors, program expansions, those sorts of things. But this is where we're trying to go, is to help them understand to get to adequate funding, we need to be up to our benchmark states across the country, and that are the states that are funded very much like we are. So to do that, you can design as many models as you can possibly think of. But one of the things the legislature asked us to do is go out and look at other models around the country and find modern outcome-based structures. That was the wording that was in the SJR. So we have looked over a variety of different state funding models. In particular, we were asked to look at Texas and Tennessee, and we have found some pretty interesting stuff. What we are laying out for options for discussion is a fairly bold option, the first one that you see there, and that is we create a brand new model. It would take us out, it would have to take us out from the funding process that the 8 universities and us are in together right now. It would remove us from that process and create a separate funding stream for us where 100% of the funds that we receive are based on our own outcomes. Okay, now that's a pretty bold statement, because right now, if you remember that big circle, we're pretty much guaranteed to get that to roll forward each year. So that's kind of a safety net. We don't, but there's no calculation. We can't plan on growth in the future in a model like that. To go to outcomes-based funding, true outcomes-based funding, we could create a 100% outcomes-based funding model that would incorporate metrics that make so much sense to higher education performance. And performance means if we perform better this year than we did last year, we should get funded better. If we perform worse, we should get funded less. But at least we can plan on that if we know what our outcomes will generate from one year to the next. So there are some positives, there's some negatives, but this kind of model and what we're seeing in some of the modern metrics that some places are using are metrics that certainly are around enrollment, retention, success, but also metrics that give performance rewards for serving targeted populations like dual credit, adults 25 and older, whatever they are targeted in our workforce plan, but also understanding that some populations need more resources, need more support than others. And so we need to put some of those in there, such as our academically challenged students, our low income students, first generation students. That is being seen in some of the modern models out there, is that they're being rewarded for having success with those students that need more resources. Also, one of the most exciting ones that I think I've seen out there is that they have differential funding for your enrollment in different types of high cost versus low cost programs. So we've always talked about nursing being a very high cost program, a welding being a high cost program, or robotics being a high cost program, but math and English and psychology are lower cost programs. Well, we've seen some models out there where the metrics within are showing that once you put your enrollment in each of those categories, you get funded differentially for those. So you get funded more for high cost enrollments or enrollments in high cost programs than you do in lower ones. So that reflects the diversity of our programming, but also the complexity and cost of our program. So there's a lot of different pieces that we can put in a 100% modern outcomes-based funding model that better reflects the diversity of our services and so forth. The second option, if the first one was too bold for the board, for the legislature, because it would require some statutory change, it would require a new funding model be created, a new funding process, then maybe we keep the current one. But as you drew those two circles on your table or on your paper, maybe we leave the smaller one alone because the state's put a lot of effort in for the last 6, 7, 8 years building that performance model, but we take the big circle that has no way to calculate how much that circle should be. It is a roll forward number. And we put a mathematical calculation in there, such as dollars per FTE. We agree upon with the legislature a certain dollar amount for every FTE that we have. And that calculates how large the base should be. Are you following me? That then it starts to have some logic to it. It starts to have some predictive value. We can understand what could be generated in that. And that the two bubbles together, when you add them together and divide them by our FTE, we try to create a movement towards our benchmark average, our benchmark state average of 8,484. Make sense? So those are the two options that we lay on the table for you today for consideration. Any questions or comments? Yes, sir.
I like the second model the best, and that base to put a number, kind of like in public education, they call it SEEK, put a number on there, and then not only keep the $23 million, but add the other things in for dual credit, for those type of special programs that the legislature wants us to do, low income or so, and weight those students in the amount. So it's that. But, you know, I'm really surprised that it only comes up to 4887, but we need to really increase that baseline up and guarantee it. And then those add-ons, as we said, for dual credit, second generation learners and low income, and put those as add-ons also, so that colleges have a idea that, you know, have a person based on their potential enrollment in the spring, what they're going to get next fall. Thank you, sir.
Great, thank you. Now, you may be asking, what was the 145 number that I had you put down? That's how many more millions of dollars we would receive in appropriations if we move from our 4887 up to our 8484 benchmark average. So that's what that last number is for. Any other thoughts or questions on this topic? All right, so let's jump into tuition affordability. The question is our tuition affordable? Well, the question you have to ask is affordable in comparison to what? Some people have said over the years our tuition is too high. Some by looking at for example, right now, $189 per credit hour. So we went back to that database that I was telling you about, the national database, and we stacked ourselves up against all 50 states and then our comparator states. If you look at just the raw tuition rate in all 50 states, we're in the top 18 or so, 17 or 18th highest tuition rate. But again, you're comparing yourself to some states who have a third funding stream that helps push their tuition rate down. So when you pull ourselves out along with our comparator states, we're below the midpoint on the tuition. But we didn't want to stop there, and we wanted to look at a couple of other comparisons. So one of the common lenses that higher education looks through in relation to is their tuition affordable is they look at their students with the highest financial needs. Students who are coming to us, which is a lot of our students, coming to us with family incomes that do not have the resources to help them pay for their education. So they typically qualify for the Pell Grant, in many cases, the maximum Pell Grant. So when institutions ask, is our full-time tuition affordable, they lay that up against the maximum Pell amount and say, if our tuition is beyond the maximum Pell Grant amount, we're probably getting out of the affordability category for our neediest of students. So I'm going to give you a couple of numbers here. If you were to take our tuition rate for a full-time student, which minimum would be 12 hours in the fall, say 12 hours in the spring, that'd be full-time for the 2 semesters, that tuition rate would be $4,536. So then the question is, what's the maximum Pell Grant? Well, the maximum Pell Grant for this year is $7,395. So you can see for our neediest of students, the Pell Grant is still well above the full-time tuition rate. It would pay for their full-time tuition plus money to pay for books, fees, and then some left over for living expenses. So that is another lens that we looked at. But then the legislation also asked us to think about the ROI. What's the return on investment? Are our students getting a good return when they come to school with us, spend those resources to get their education, and then go out into the workforce? Well, you heard me say back in June, of the higher ed sectors in Kentucky, which would be the public community technical colleges, the public universities, and the private 4 years, we have the highest job placement rate tracking out 3, 5, 10 years. The 3-year tracking is the one that we look at the most. 7 out of 10 of our students are working in Kentucky companies, 3 years post-graduation. So we start to look at their wages. What kind of wages are they making? Are they making wages that justify the expense? Part of that expense is also looking at student loans. What percentage of our students take out student loans? It's a little over between 25 to 30% of our students are taking out student loans, so less than a third. On average, about $15,000 of those who take out loans. So then the question is, do their wages support paying back those loans? The average wages of our students who graduate with the associate's degree 3 years after graduation is $40,667. That's actually higher than bachelor degree graduates from the private universities and within 5% of bachelor degree completers from our regional or comprehensive universities. We're a little bit farther behind from U of L and UK, but they are making middle income wages on average, some higher, some lower, 3 years after graduation. So all of these lenses that we look through made us believe our tuition rate, particularly in comparison to our comparator states and the Pell Grant and the ROI, is still good for our students. There's a tremendous amount of financial aid out there, both from the federal level and the state. We have found that over, I think it was, Buddy, if I remember the number right, where everybody went, over 90% of our students of our full-time students pay no out-of-pocket expenses. And so everything that we are looking at shows that our tuition rate is still affordable. But the question then becomes, which is where we're getting down to on these two options here, how do we make it more affordable for more people? So we have been asked to look at Promise type of scholarships. If you're not familiar with Promise type of scholarships, the Tennessee Promise is the one that's probably the closest that we hear a lot about in Kentucky, where they started a scholarship a number of years ago where any student coming out of high school could go to a community college tuition free. We had a similar version a few years later that actually relates to our second option here called the Work Ready Kentucky. Ours says if you're going to go into a high wage, high demand credential or field, it will pay for your tuition after all of your financial aid has been applied first. If there's anything left over, the Work Ready will cover it. So what's the difference between these two? The Promise is a first dollar in scholarship. It takes care of your tuition first, and then any financial aid you get after that gets to be refunded to you. So that really helps students, particularly our low income students who do qualify for considerable Pell, SEOG grants, CAP grants, and other aid. If their tuition is paid first, then they get to keep all of that other financial aid to pay for other expenses in life. A last dollar in for students who don't come from those backgrounds, who may not have a lot of need-based aid, they might have to pay out of pocket for their tuition. A last dollar in takes care of their tuition for them. We tend to see a last dollar in helping more students than a first dollar in. So they each have their own pluses and minuses depending on the students that, how many students you want to help, what types of students as far as income levels and whatnot. But we believe that it is worth considering a Promise type of scholarship as a first dollar in. Of course, there are going to be expenses incurred by both of these, and we're running lots of numbers. We've got some estimates, but it really depends on what kind of eligibility requirements you attach to either one of these. So if you need them to be a full-time student or a Kentucky resident or those sorts of things, that can help limit the number of students. But what we have seen in other states, and Tennessee is a good model, is that when they implemented theirs, they saw a 20 to 20% enrollment increase the first year. Now, you also have to have the support networks that we have in place now and growing our support networks, as Dr. Figueroa was talking about, if you want to see that same increase going across the graduation stage. So with that, I will throw this out for discussion to see, do you have a preference on either one of these, or should we go forward and continue to research more in detail on both of these options? I will say on the second option, the piece I forgot, is our recommendation is to modify the Kentucky Work Ready Scholarship, not only to be eligible for high wage, high demand programs in the state of Kentucky, but we open it up to all of our programs. So right now, if you were in culinary, you're not going to get that scholarship because it's not considered by the state a high wage, high demand. If you're in a transfer pathway in our AA or AS students, you can't qualify for that scholarship. We're recommending you open it up to all, that you keep it a last dollar in like it is now, but you open it up to all program or all of our programs that we have within KCTCS. And summer, and we allow them to have it in summer, which we don't currently have. Thank you.
Questions? Yeah.
Please.
It's not really a question. I prefer option B, the expand the Work Ready, just for the fact that dealing with students, sometimes you give them too much reward in the front, they take off and with their rewards. And so I'd rather see it on the back side to where they got some little bit of into it.
Gotcha.
Buy into it. So the second one.
Okay.
Yes.
So mine is more of just like a comment. Um, if you make the first dollar in a full-time student requirement, that might hurt more than it helps because a lot of lower income students can't work full-time because they have jobs and supporting families. So that might do more harm than good.
That's a great point. Thank you for that.
Yeah. And 60% of all of our students are working. 60%.
Regent Whitten?
Yeah. So the comment was that you could make the eligibility requirements whatever we want to make them, and we can research the cost and the number of students that might impact either way, 12 credit hours, 6 credit hours, whatever that might be.
Just curious, since Tennessee's right next door, and I'm sure you guys dug into that. So what does theirs look like? How is it funded? What does that funding model look like? And then, of course, what are their eligibility requirements?
Well, some of their eligibility requirements that actually restricts the number of students. It is, you do not have an associate's degree. And so they first started it with high school graduates. That's who they were originally trying to track. It was called the Promise. And then they decided a few years later they needed one to go after the adult 25 and older population that had been out of school for a while. So they then built the Reconnect scholarship. They did essentially the same thing. But one of the things that they found that although it drove enrollment up initially, some of the requirements where you had to engage in mentoring, which we know is a good practice, but you also had to do community service if you were going to receive this scholarship. And that kind of limited the number of students that that would stick with the scholarship. You see what I'm saying? And so we're not necessarily recommending that, but we have looked at those kinds of factors. But that was one of the listening to folks talk from Tennessee over the last few years, that is one of the things that they said. They could have served more students if they didn't have that requirement, but they really felt like that was a good value system. It was part of their value system, is to have students who would become better citizens. And they were using the scholarship as one way to do that. The funding, it's a state appropriation.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Oh,
one more.
Last topic.
Last slide. Here we go.
So this one is related to system office funding options. And so 2 ways of looking at this. One is how much should we allocate towards the system office, meaning dollars and cents. That is not the direction we took here because as you've heard earlier, we're talking about shared services, possible organizational design for the future. So those conversations still need to happen. What we were looking at on this team is how should the budgeting process and state allocation process or appropriation process get funding to the system office, regardless of what that number is that it would take to support our system office operations. So we came up with 3 options. One, that is our current option. You as a board have hired an outstanding qualified leader to run their organization. You should trust in his ability to manage the organization, his administrative operations, how he sees fit. That's how we've operated in the past. So that's option 1. Option 2, could be combined with any number of these, but if you start looking around all kinds of industries, community colleges, universities, private industry, all kinds of sectors, there are some best practices out there in a percentage. I'm just going to use one. There are other practices, but percentage of total budget that should be allocated towards administrative operations. You would have to define what administrative operations mean, but we could go out and bring back some best practices that could be used by Dr. Quarles to determine as a percentage of total budget what should be allocated towards system office operations or the maximum amount. The good part about an idea like this is that the college president said it could help them at the college level too. They could use the same kind of percentage or metric to help them make sure that they are appropriately staffing the administrative operations within the colleges. So this could help at multiple levels. Then the last option is something that's similar to what we do now, but when that state appropriation comes to us, that one allocation from the state legislature of the $210 million in this case, they do have some line items in there currently for the fire commission, for our trains works. We could put a separate line item in there for system office appropriation system office expenditures in there that not to exceed a certain amount. Now, you're still going to have some way of calculating what that number should be. So those are the three options that our team is coming forward with. Again, you might like the combination of a few of these, or you may like any one of these individually, or you may have some other ideas, but we'd love to hear your feedback.
Any discussion? Are those joining us online as well? None. And again, if you have thoughts about any of these proposals that you may just want to think on it a little bit, then shoot us an email. Just let us know.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Up next, our last and fifth work group, administrative, with Dr. Kelly.
Okay, you can see where I am in terms of fill, right? We're always last in this work, but that doesn't mean our work isn't important. And when Dr. Quarles said we've put 5,000 hours into this, I think he was just talking about our team, because there's been a lot of time with the 5 teams and everyone else in the system. So we want to thank you. Just have a few minutes here to talk about the work of the administrative team. And I'm really glad I have this, because I'm so short, I can't see the conference monitor up here. So you're going to have to excuse me for tippy-toeing. So our scope of work throughout this 179 Odyssey we're on, our group are looking at the statutes, and if they're outdated, if they need to be reviewed. We're looking at the personnel systems that we are under right now in the KCTCS system. We're also looking at the administrative structure and shared services. So I'll be honest with you, we have quite a job, and we have been meeting often and long, and we are into little subgroups. And I think it was just yesterday, one of the subgroups yet had another research call with a research agency. So we are working hard to try to get the information we need to better make decisions on how we can grow and enhance the system. So some of our research, one of the things that I want to reiterate that you've already heard today, we are not ignoring the work that's already been done. With our group, we have looked at case studies, we've looked at other schools, we've looked at other systems. We are using the EAB research agency to help us, but we've also spent a lot of time revisiting Huron. You know, one of the things we're looking at is shared services. And when you really go back and dig into the Huron study, there's a lot of things where they talk about centers of excellence and service centers, and that's all shared services. So we've really dug into those, and we're looking at them and continue to look at them. We also are looking at a lot of feedback from people in the system. The PMO weekly sends us comments, sends us requests for information, or for us to look at information that are coming from folks throughout our system. So I want you to know we're hearing from faculty, we're hearing from staff. I think we're even hearing from students in some cases. So we are using that for a knowledge base for us to dig in and look further into the things that we think is important to this. Now, before I talk about our options, I want to talk to you just for a couple minutes about the timeline for what we're looking at. We're looking at administrative structure, and we're looking at shared services. And while we were doing research, until we saw what some of the work was that the governance group did, we couldn't really move too far forward. So we're at a place now that we're starting to get enough research, enough information that we can actually make informed options. We're not even at the recommendation stage yet. We're at the options stage. So when we look at this, what I want you to keep in mind is in December, Dr. Quarles will bring recommendations to you. But we're still not at the future state in the administrative structure yet. We're still in a state where we have to figure out what's the design going to look like. So by the time we get to December with the work we're doing, we will be ready then to start to consider a very critical phase that I'm calling the design phase. Because we have to, when we design, redesign, and enhance our administrative structure that will start at the system level and come into the colleges, we have to consider the experts that are out there, the people who are in the functional work areas working, the people who are the stakeholders in the colleges and throughout the system. So that's when we will actually enter the design stage. So we're not going to have hardcore answers for you even in December, but we will have good recommendations. What we're looking at is almost something that we see as a stacked effect. We are going to have the administrative structure, figure out what that is, but then under that, all the shared services. And then when we get into shared services, we also have to make considerations about what's our decision-making process going to look like? What is our communications flow going to look like? Because it all has to work together for us to be successful and to enhance the system. So that's sort of our research and considerations as we start to share with you what our recommendations are. I'm sorry, I don't want to say recommendations. We're saying options, what our options for recommendations are. The first one is pretty easy for us because it's the statutory language. We are currently looking at and studying 14 statutes right now that affect KCTCS. So until recommendations are made in December, we can't tell you exactly how those would need to be revised. They've all been reviewed. We've reviewed them. We haven't redlined them. We'll have to find out what the governance structure for our boards are going to be. We're going to have to find out what our personnel system might look like before we can redline those and look into actually making the changes. But that work is there, it's reviewed, so we're just simply waiting to get to the next step. So that one's fairly simple. The next thing we're looking at are the personnel systems. We have 4 personnel systems right now within our KCTCS system. And just so that you know, we have 3,776 personnel in our KCTCS system. In the UK system, because remember, we all came from separate colleges, so we sort of incorporated all of these personnel systems. In the UK system, there's 73 people in our system still in that. In the 18A system, we have 3. And in the 151B system, we have 4. So we have a total of 80 people who are in the older systems. And we have Bridget Cantor is on our team, so she's been really digging into this. These 80 people are just right around 2% of our personnel in the system. So as our group talked, and we've talked about this a lot, we've had a lot of discussions. What we want to be sure we do as we make considerations about this personnel system is we want to take care of our people. We don't want anybody to feel like, oh, we're just looking at you, you're a few people, it doesn't matter. That's not what we're doing. What we want to think about is how can we be more efficient in our system while meeting the needs of our employees. So with that said, what we want you to understand is when we're trying to manage 4 separate personnel systems, it becomes more inefficient. It becomes more cumbersome. We have people that have different pay periods because they're in different personnel systems. So we have more of an administrative burden. We have more of almost an auditing burden because of compliance issues. managing the personnel. And I'll be honest with you, as a president, I'll say, which system are you in? Let's go talk to HR, because I can't be sure I'm talking to them correctly. We want employees to all have a good experience. Sometimes it gets frustrating. People get confused. And it also takes away from our flexibility as an organization. So with all those things in consideration, we are looking at 3 options for our personnel system. And the first option simply is we maintain what we're doing presently. We have 4 personnel systems now. We keep 4 personnel systems and move forward. The second option is to move to 1 personnel system by July 1st, certain date. And we don't know when that would be yet. This would be something that would be phased in. There would be a lot of discussion to be had. There would be a lot of study about it. But we would move the UK, the 18A, and the 151B employees into our KCTCS personnel system. And again, there would be a lot of talking, a lot of consultation, just to be sure there's a good understanding of how that happens. And then our last option is, we keep talking about future state. It truly is a future state option. If we decide to go with the option I just mentioned, then we could look at the possibility eventually of phasing in the to discontinue the use of a defined term employment contract. Again, we're looking way out into the future, but we feel like as a group, as a committee, it's our job to do that. So those are the 3 options that we are looking at. It's really 2 options with a possible extension to the second one. So that's what we're really looking at for the personnel systems. Okay. Do we want me to keep moving? I had a question right here.
We need to wait for our chairman to,
Oh.
but I don't, if you don't mind, just cover the next section and.
Yeah, we'll go, and then we'll come back. Okay. So our next section, our options for administrative structure. Now we have looked at this, thought about this, started out with either 5 or 6 options. Studied it some more, talked to PLT, we've talked to RIA. We are down to looking at 3 options for administrative structure. And currently, this is administrative structure of our what our central office would be. Because we have to see what that looks like with shared services before we get down to looking at what the colleges would be. So option number 1 is a centralized administrative office structure. And this is a situation in which all administrative services would be consolidated into a central office. And all decision-making, all operations would be disseminated from that option. Or from that office. And the communication flow would come from that office as well. And, we can set and talk about advantages and disadvantages. We just want to share this with you. One of the advantages is things would be pretty much consistent. We'd all be doing the same thing. So that is one option. Second option is what we're calling the regional administrative structure. And in the regional administrative structure, thank you. The central office would provide specified system-wide services and enterprise functions. And a current example of that might be our IT services. It's an enterprise function, and it's based in the system office. The central office would provide coordination and facilitation of functional work groups. Wouldn't maybe not run them, maybe not totally operate them, but actually be able to facilitate for them and coordinate. Regional work groups will work collaboratively to support, enhance, and grow services and functions across the system. Decision-making processes would be mapped by functional areas. So in some functional areas, the decision making may come from a central office, down into the colleges. Other functional areas, if it's a regional function, would come from that area and go across the system. Communication flow would be from the central office to the colleges and vice versa. In this type of a structure that we've looked at, it would mean a smaller central office presence. Yeah, it's more of a regional service, more of a system in which a central office coordinates, but maybe does not operate as much. And then our third option, we are calling the optimized central administrative office structure. And this is a system in which a central office administration is maintained for the system president and the staff that that system president needs for the enterprise functions and system-wide functions. Most college level functions would be maintained by college level employees. Colleges may work collaboratively to support and provide services and functions to meet the educational workforce needs of the region. And other specified central office functions would be maintained by, could be maintained by employees housed in colleges throughout the system. And Dr. Howes, I'll continue to just pick on your area. It might be with the enterprise system of IT. You know, there's a lot of folks needed for that work, but possibly in this type of a administrative structure, some of those folks, even though they're working for the system office, they could be housed out among the colleges in the regions. So this also would make the central office presence a little bit smaller and make the central functions those that Dr. Quarles really needs to operate the system. So those are the three options that we are putting out there for administrative function. And then last but not least, some recommendations that we have for shared services. And we know that shared services is going to become even more important in our future state than they are now. So we have recommended 4 possible types of shared services we could look at enhancing and growing in our system. And the first one is we're calling it a central shared services, and that's those services that are maintained at the central office area, like legal services, you know, those types of things. Network shared services, and those would be the services that we might share within a region to meet the educational workforce needs of our areas. You know, one of the things that our team has been batting around is the possibility of having our workforce directors actually come together almost as a regional team to meet and share services to meet the workforce needs of the regions. That would be an idea for that. Excuse me. Collaborative shared services, and that might be an example of that may be 2 colleges having an agreement to support one another. It might be by sharing a position, by sharing a program, but it would be not an agreement that goes all across the system or all across the region, but between maybe 2 or maybe 3 colleges. And the last thing for shared services that we're really digging into is looking at and reimagining the use of our peer teams. We looked at the history of how our peer teams came about and how they were used in the beginning, and we think that they are a great resource of experts in functional areas, and we feel like we can look at different ways of enhancing and making that work more effective and seeing what we can do with those groups to actually enhance our shared services. So those are our recommendations, or our options for recommendations. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them.
Regent Whitten?
So this goes back to the multiple plans of the benefit plans, right? We have. So among those 80, can you, or do you know, or perhaps since Bridget's here, maybe she can discuss this, the average age and years of service of that group of 80?
I don't know that we've looked at years of service, but they're all retirement eligible. We do know that.
So, and this is just to say, because I actually received an email from a faculty member who's been with us for 30 years. And so the prospect of this, she's with UK, the prospect of this is terrifying to her because she knows that the benefits would actually double in cost for her. So, you know, she's talking about retirement age and health insurance, and that, you know, is kind of a little bit of a crazy prospect for her. So are we concerned too that if we made that option and push towards the all one system type model, that we would lose a lot of eligible faculty really quick, retirement age eligible faculty really quick?
Yeah, we have talked a lot about that, and that's why we weren't ready to make this as a recommendation, because we really feel like we need to think through the how and the why of it, because it's not that we're trying to run anybody off, and we would need to figure out how best to, if those people choose to move into the KCTCS system, how best to do that, how to make it as least impactful on them as we can. So that is not lost on us.
And I appreciate that you actually said that, right? That we are trying to do this for the benefit of our people, that we still have our folks at the center of our mind in this work.
And you can ask Sarah, you can ask anybody. We have had that talk probably extendedly 3 different times in this group. So as I say, that's why we didn't bring it forth because it would be real easy just to say, this is our recommendation, because it'd make our lives easier. And that's why we haven't done that. We're still leaving them out there as options.
Okay, thank you. I'll hold my second question.
James Lee?
In reference to those, Dr. Kelly, is there any way that their retirement benefits could not be affected? But I see no reason why that everybody doesn't get paid at the same time. Vacation, when the colleges are closed, or this and that is there any possibility that the only way that it affects is their retirement? Am I making sense? Because, yeah.
I'm looking at Bridget. Bridget could probably answer that question.
Okay. Yeah, I think that needs to be clear, so it's not going to affect if they're in the teacher retirement system. It's not going to affect their retirement at all. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, ma'am.
And actually, one of the things we've actually already started on is what we're calling an FAQ. And we decided, though, we were getting ahead of ourselves. So what we've done then is we've developed a list of considerations, and we're keeping that list of considerations for us to keep going back to, so that we can make sure when we do make an FAQ, if this is the option we decide upon, then we'll have all of the thoughts we need to be sure to have in that document to help people feel comfortable and know that we're not trying to do something bad to them.
I was just going to go on Mr. Stevens, the same thing, that you probably need to make that a little more known, that your personnel system versus retirement system are 2 different things, because most people don't get that. And so
yes,
I didn't. So I'm glad you said that. So,
and that's why we are working on those documents. Like I say, we're still we're in the research phase still of this, but we want our board to know that we are considering how this might impact folks, and we are already, even though we don't know exactly which option it will be, we're already considering the communication, because that's going to be key.
Other thing, can I keep going?
Yes.
Some of the other ones, the different services and structures and stuff like that. I know you guys are still kind of vague because we haven't given you a lot of guidance yet, but maybe next time you come back, give it a little more detail on this, because is pretty darn vague. And so,
Well, it's pretty nebulous. Yeah, we have, big ideas right
Yes.
now that we're still studying.
so as you're talking about the services and the structures, can maybe define a few more of those. You understand what I'm saying?
You mean in the administrative structures or in the shared services?
Yes.
All of the above. Well, okay.
Well, I'm talking to Kim here, and she's like, I don't know either. So we're both thinking the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Kind of actually as a follow-up to that, I was gonna say, there's a lot of words. I actually asked for a glossary of terms from Dr. Quarles in some of this stuff because it's just helpful to have. But when we're talking about the administrative structure, and I kept saying smaller central office presence, smaller central
Mhm.
office presence. So, and would that be the administrative structure? I've got crazy notes all over the place because I haven't been recognized yet. But we're talking about the physical presence, correct?
Yeah, personnel
Okay,
presence. Yes,
thank you.
ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And honestly, I think you can almost look at those three. And again, we are still studying them. That's why we don't want to nail things down to you because we're not nailed down yet. We're sort of the last ones bringing up the tail here. But you can almost look at those three as the centralized is sort of the larger central office presence, and then it kind of gets smaller as those three options go down.
Any other questions?
Chair Martin.
Yes.
As far as the personnel systems, I think we should probably consider for the next meeting anything that might be statutorily required with the 18A and 151B in the UK employees, because previously they would have had the option to opt over to the KCTCS system. So I think we need to keep that in consideration as well. If there's anything legally that we need to look at, and of course do what's in the best interest of our employees who are possibly looking at retirement.
And I'll interrupt you there. That is part of one of the statutes we are looking at. And, it would, if we go with that option, it would require a change in statute. So again, that's another if for that.
And as far as the consistency in looking at streamlining the processes, I have quite a few notes too. I do think we need to look at areas where we can exercise consistency in our administrative services in an effort to better serve our employees who serve our students. A lot of times at the college level, we spend a lot of time trying to figure out procedurally what we should do. And that's time we could better use serving our faculty and staff. So I would like to see an effort to look at some ways that we can exercise some consistency in those services, whether it be enterprise functions or anything that was discussed today. And for the personnel systems, if it is decided that it is the best decision for us to integrate those into KCTCS, I really think, from my perspective, working in HR, I know that there's a great sense of identity in each of those personnel systems that they have earned over the years. So I would encourage us to consider that as well when we're thinking about the possibility of changing these. And from the peer team perspective, I do support the idea of reimagining what those look like, because a lot of times those aren't really peers. We share similar job functions, but they're not exactly peers because of the differentiation in what their job duties and their reporting structure is at the college. So I would support that as well. And thank you, Dr. Kelly, for the information. And I trust that this was one of the hardest groups to do research on. So thank you so much.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Yes.
I would just like to see, has this group looked at cost benefit analysis of all three of those different types of structures? Like what the benefit would be going to a centralized model in terms of costs?
We haven't done anything formal with that. What we're looking at right now is we're sort of looking at how we can best serve. We will get to that in our research, but we're not there yet.
Okay.
More in December.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Just some closing remarks, 2.5 hours. So congratulations. Thank you for your input. Just a couple wrap up notes here. if there's any other comments or thoughts, just email us. And then for those of you watching, if you'd like to uh, submit your feedback via SharePoint, please do that. We truly do appreciate everyone in the KCTCS family having the ability to help direct us. Again, thank you to PMO and Dr. Ballard, over 5,000 hours dedicated so far. That's just incredible. Next steps, I'll be presenting along with our team to CPE. So we need to keep CPE in coordination with our effort here. I've been talking with Dr. Thompson regularly about different options and their staff as well. So we're in coordination with them. I'll be presenting in October and again, December 10th before the Interim Joint Committee on Education. But my question to you is, and maybe Mr. Chair, you want to entertain this, is there anything here we're going in the wrong direction? Are the things that you're like, there's no way I can support that? That's really the sort of feedback that we need. And if you want to share that with us now, or if you want to do that after noodling on some of these ideas, let us know. And of course, we just spent a lot of time today on this. It's probably not enough time. And so my question to you is, do we need additional time as a board to consider this?
I think so, because we'll have possibility we're electing faculty and staff representative. We have a new board member that is just come on the board. And, I think it would be good to sometime to have a workshop where it's in person or Zoom or so that we can go through these as a board in an open meeting and be able to discuss those and before the December meeting. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yeah, most definitely. I think we definitely need to revisit it. If we have time, maybe by the end of tomorrow, maybe we can come back and reinitiate some of these discussions. But we'll just have to wait and see if we have time. We have a lot more to get done, but definitely it's a great start. We've actually had a lot of dialogue between the presenters and the board, and really appreciate it. But if we don't have time between today and tomorrow, then we will probably have to have another board meeting in between now and December, so we can really go over this in more detail. Okay, let's go on to update with the state examination. We'll ask our new CFO, Todd Kilburn. Present the next agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Dr. Quarles mentioned earlier, the state examination report came in last December. KCTCS by February 1st of this year responded to all of the points in that report with the exception of one. That's the one that's under review currently, under review with the forensic audit. And so we have no update to give you at this time because we're waiting for the results from the forensic audit. When we receive that at the end of October, we'll then take that in hand and work toward responding to that audit finding and moving forward.
And just one comment, forensic audit is on time. So we look forward to get whatever results and findings they may have. They may have something to say about OPEB trust. They may have something to say about foundations. We're just not sure yet. So we're ready to receive those recommendations and cure any findings. Thank you.
I hate to ask this, but do you guys want to take a quick break? I'm being motioned that somebody needs a break.
Hey, Barry,
Yes,
do you mind if I do audit first? I'm in kind of a time crunch,
yes, please do.
and I promise I'll be fast.
Okay, Regent Kyle.
Absolutely fine. I know you've had a lot of excitement today with all the other things, and everybody's been sitting there waiting, hoping that we could get to the internal audit report or the audit committee report, because it's by far more exciting than any of what you all just experienced. But our committee met on August 29th, and typically with an audit committee, the best thing you can hope for is that it was a very boring meeting. And it absolutely was informative, but there was nothing there to surprise us. We had a lot of discussion about progress towards the internal audit for fiscal year 23-24. And we had obviously tied there, we had Lance Mann and Jody Wren from Dean Dorton, who helped us with this, obviously, and went through the report. I'll tell you that we were very fortunate that there wasn't anything significant to report, which again is a very good thing. There were probably, I would say, a page and a half of moderate to low risk things that were identified that the committee went through. I'll tell you that we'd make those available to anyone who wanted to see them. The committee went through them in detail. They are the types of things that I think can make us better and will make us better. And each and every one of those, staff is being very dutiful at getting addressed, getting accomplished, and I feel very comfortable about where they were. We also spent some time talking, because in audits, typically you're looking backward and you're looking forward. I've reported on the looking backward part. The looking forward part is putting together the internal audit plan for fiscal year 2025 that will end June 30th. We finished out the final quarter of last year's, and we talked about planning for the next year's and went through some very specifics around that. And the audit plan for fiscal year 2025 was presented and was passed. You heard about the state examination. 4 findings, 2 observations have been resolved. Final findings pending with the forensic, which our CFO just talked about there. We also, as far as new business, looked at amending any board bylaws and inquired if the audit committee would like to make any updates to their meeting schedule. I think at this time, we're going to just continue to meet with the frequency we are. It feels like it's working. It feels like it's right. But to sum it up, I feel very good with where we are from a compliance standpoint as it relates to the audit committee and the activities of management. Obviously, we'll see what's left on the forensics, which we'll hear more about, I think, probably going forward. So any questions, I'd be glad to answer, but everything seems to be in really good shape. I'm really pleased with where we are. And I think we're getting better as a result of the recommendations and the changes that we're making.
Any questions for Regent Cox? Thank you, Regent Cox. Appreciate it with that all-important
I'm fine with the
audit
break.
committee. Thank you. Okay, we will take a 10-minute break. So be back at 3:47.
session.
Yes.
I apologize for, cutting you short.
No worries. All right.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be a little more scintillating during the rest of the audit presentation, so you don't need a break right away. So Chair Cox had mentioned the internal audit plan. The next item on the agenda is the audit plan for our fiscal year 24-25. And the audit committee has recommended to the board that you approve this audit plan. We did work through this with Dean Dorton, have conversations with them about timing of some of these things. For example, as we looked at what was happening with the FAFSA, we thought asking for the financial aid folks to do an internal audit later was probably better. The 4 items you see here are the 4 quarters of this year's audit plan that we would review. And then there's a separate plan for our IT functions. See if I can advance that one. Could you advance that for me, please? And there's the IT plan for quarters 1, 2, 3, and 4 for the next year. So from the audit committee, the question is, do you recommend that the Kentucky Community and Technical College Board of Regents approve the Dean Dorton internal audit plan for fiscal year 24-25?
Thank you. Any discussion about the audit? If none, do I have a motion? Second? I have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second to accept it. Parliamentarian George, will you conduct the vote?
Chair Martin,
Aye.
Vice Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Secretary Witten,
Yes.
Regent Cox, Regent Girdler,
Yes.
Regent Guerra Gomez,
Yes.
Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz, Regent Savard Hogg,
Yes.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Stevens,
Yes.
and Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Chris? Chris, you voted yes, but I think we need to have you on video as well as audio. There you go. Thank you. Okay,
The motion passes.
thank you very much. Appreciate it. Todd, while you're up there, you want to give us an update on the OPEB trust report?
Certainly. The OPEB Trust Committee met earlier this year, and we have done some research around where we stand with the OPEB Trust. There are 2 sections to this. One has to do with the general financial position of the OPEB Trust. The second has to do with some of the actuarial study around this. But we do try to calculate where the OPEB Trust will be. This is for those who have post-employment benefits. And I think the key thing to note here is that under fiscal year ending 6/30/2025, that's as of the first day of that fiscal year, which is actually July 1st of 2024. Our total OPEB liability based on actuarial studies is $201,599,257. $201,599,257. The Net position, however, where the retirement fund stands is at 229,724,117. So you can see that we're well suited to cover all of the expenses for the post-employment benefit. Down below, you'll see the numbers of healthcare participants. We do this study every other year on odd numbered years. So we will be doing the study again on April 1st of 2025. But you will see currently that the total participants as of the last study done was 2,114. And so we wanted to report to you on where this stands. The committee has just brought this forward to you as a piece of information. I will note that the last year in which the projected benefit payments are due from the plan is the year 2112. So I'm not sure who here is going to be here in 2112, but I will look forward to that report at that time.
Thank you. And while you're there, I'll ask Vice President of Human Resources, Bridget Cantor, to join you to present the next agenda item.
And while Bridget's coming, the group also met in the current health plan for these folks who receive this retirement benefit expires as of December 31st of this year. Because of transitions in HR and in the finance role, the request for proposal or RFP for further for going out for healthcare benefits moving forward was not completed. So the committee has asked if you would approve us to move this forward and allow us another year within the plan. The contract allows for that. We would go out for an RFP during 2025 with an implementation date of January 1st of 2026. And Bridget, did you have anything you wanted to add? Okay. So this comes as a recommendation from the OPEB Trust Committee. And the question is, should the Kentucky Community and Technical College System Board of Regents approve the Anthem Medicare Advantage Plan for the calendar year 2025 and create a request for proposal soliciting bids from other insurance companies for calendar year 2026?
Any discussion about the recommendation that they're making? Okay, if none, do I have a motion to
So
accept?
moved.
Oh, give a motion. How about a second?
Second, Keith Hamilton.
Okay, thank you, Keith. Parliamentarian George, will you conduct the vote?
Chair Martin,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Secretary Witten,
Yes.
Regent Girdler,
Yes.
Regent Guerra Gomez,
Yes.
Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz, Regent Savard Hogg,
Yes.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Stevens,
Yes.
Regent Sutherland,
Yes.
the motion passes.
Thank you very much. Okay, for the essence of time, we want to try to be out. We have a couple more things. We want to be out by 4:30. So I would like for our agenda items for us to skip until tomorrow. Agenda item G, H, and I will skip until tomorrow. That's where we'll start off. Okay. I'd like to go to our agenda item number 8, and it's our open comment period. As has been our practice, the board allows for a period of public comment. I want to pause and ask if there's anyone seeking to be recognized during the public comment. The board liaison has indicated that we have one individual that has been asked to be recognized. They will have 3 minutes to speak from the floor without interruption or response from the board itself. Parliamentarian George, will you keep the time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. It's good to see some of you here. It's interesting that for the first time since we started public comment over 2 years ago, that it was moved to the end of this meeting for the first time ever, as if I was meant to sit alone in the audience all day and wait, and hope that no one, of course, is paying attention at the end of the meeting. I'm going to ask up front for 5 minutes, and I hope that you'll oblige me, considering I've sat here all afternoon waiting for this opportunity to speak to this group. Also, want to thank you for the security guard you put out to watch me all day. That was a nice touch. Here is what I'm not: a drama queen, a mean girl, vindictive, jealous, a liar, a politician, someone who's power hungry or image obsessed. I'm not hoping to be governor in 4 years. I'm not more concerned about donations or voters or social media likes than actually standing for something. I'm not a figurehead who demands that business occur behind closed doors, off the books, without a paper trail, while pretending to love sunshine. I was never a yes person. That's not what's needed in a chief of staff. I was a tell it like it is person, as most of you know, even when a boss wanted to be surrounded by only flattery and empty reassurances. I'm not shocked that you don't have a SJR 179 report in your hand, as you were supposed to today. But instead, we had just listened to 4 hours of a lot of nothingness, more like a rubber stamp for maintaining kingdoms and bureaucracy. A lot of we'll have a plan, or we're working on a plan, or we're meeting, as we've heard for at least the last 3 years since Huron. And the president said earlier that we assisted the General Assembly with 179. That's a generous way to say that I, myself, wrote it in its entirety for the General Assembly and then was sworn to secrecy for the rest of the session. Nor, contrary to what you've been told, am I a resigned employee from KCTCS. Now I want to tell you what I was. I was the breadwinner for my family until I was suddenly pushed out of a job over several months and told by a pay-by-the-hour outside counsel, not KCTCS lawyers, that my so-called resignation had been accepted. I was someone who was committed to real transparency, especially in government, someone who has demonstrated that commitment over and over to the people sitting around this very table, having been put in some extremely difficult situations over the last few years. I risked my own job to deliver information that you needed to make the best decisions for this institution. I was the messenger to the board, to the president, to the college presidents, to the General Assembly on so many things: Huron, DEI, the presidential election. And when internal leadership did not like the message, they opted to just shoot the messenger rather than change. Reluctantly, I was even a de facto president when one president sat at home for 2 years and one president sat in Ashland. Very willing to turn over every hard part of the job, but none of the recognition, and surely not the $400,000 paycheck. I am sad that the progress this board has made over the last few years and its openness and commitment to asking hard questions has been wiped away, replaced with a board chair with an agenda and a president willing to go along with it in hopes it wins him favor. I'm ill that strong women like Lisa Damaris and Wendy Fletcher and Pam Duncan are named as troublemakers or worse by leaders in this organization because they are intimidating to weak men. Or that an outstanding female regent will be placed in a temporary presidency by leaders just so she'll shut up on the board. I'm disgusted that out of 47 recommendations that came from Huron, it's merely got a passing nod. How long have we talked about these changes that need to occur? Even today, it was the same thing over and over. It's time to take action and stop talking. But you'll never get that because leadership is committed to bearing Huron, doing the bare minimal for 179, and sticking to status quo so that they can keep their high-paying positions. I am a past KCTCS employee who worked tirelessly for 10 years, with nothing but the absolute top performance rankings, having earned the trust of government officials, colleagues, and all of you regents here today, save for one who has worked since January 1st of 2024 to get me out of my position because he is intimidated by my capabilities.
Thank you, Hannah. At
And
this
his
time,
own ego.
The 5 minutes is up. Chair Martin agreed to extend the time to 5 minutes, and the 5 minutes is up.
I'll be sending the comments to the board so that I may finish my speech. I will say that some ships are too big to turn in.
Thank you. Okay. The next agenda item is executive session. Is there a motion and a second to move into executive session? Okay, do we have a second? Second. Shams? Do we need to vote?
Yes.
I'm sorry? I'm sorry. Okay, we have a motion that the KCTCS Board of Regents move into executive session as allowed by KRS 61810(1)(c) to discuss proposed or pending litigation. Do I have a motion? A motion?
moved.
Second? Would you, Parliamentarian George, conduct the vote?
Chair Martin,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Secretary Winton,
Yes.
Regent Girdler,
Yes.
Regent Guerra Gomez,
Yes.
Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz. I don't believe she's on. Regent Savard-Hogg,
Yes.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Stevens,
Yes.
and Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, I think we are going to a different location. Sorry. session. Is there a motion and a second to move out of executive session?
So moved.
Got a motion? Second by James Lee. Parliamentarian George, you want to conduct the vote?
Chair Martin,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hamilton,
Anybody else on?
I think we're going to need to wait.
See anybody on there?
She dug down last night, you said.
I'll move forward and we'll come back if they join.
Huh?
Secretary Witten,
Yes.
Regent Girdler, Regent Guerra Gomez,
Yes.
Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Savard Hogg,
Yes.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Stevens,
Yes.
Regent Sutherland,
Yes.
the motion does not pass.
Okay, you want me to see if Chris can come back? Do we need just one?
Chris is at a meeting.
I've only,
How many do we need? Okay. So we're gonna need Keith, Chris, and Candace.
Or we can just leave.
It's the half votes. That's why we want to get rid of the half votes. Candace. Ever had any luck with Candace?
How many votes do we need?
We need all three of them, I guess. What do we do if,
I'll call Chris early.
what do we do if we can't? I don't know. Stay here all night?
Could recess till the morning. Can we recess till called upon, call the chair?
I've not done that before, no.
Well, the legislature does that all the time.
But they make their own rules.
I wouldn't call Gertler, say, get on my.
Legally, we have to see them.
Legally, we have to see them.
Yeah.
Candace is dialing back in.
Texted them, call them.
Yeah, I texted.
There's Candace. Is that the only one we need? We just need one?
Sorry about that. When you guys left, the screen went completely dark.
Well, I'm glad you're there.
No problem, Candace. We're just waiting on Keith and Chris so we can legally adjourn. Thanks for your patience.
Oh, sure. No problem.
Chris, Keith.
You called him? Okay. I was going to. I'm tired of this. Gertler. Get on.
Text Russ, Chris, and We got Candace.
Chris, anyway,
James Lee is really getting upset at you.
you just literally log right back in so we can adjourn. All right. No. Hey. You're not the only one, but if you have trouble with the link, let me know.
Maybe we need that.
8.
Need 8.
All right. Thank you, buddy. Bye. Now log in.
So we'll need one more. Is that Chris?
That's Chris.
Yeah, she got up with Keith, right? Okay, good deal.
Are we able to record Regent McGraw's vote? That way she can move on, or
Do you want to read the motion again or?
Yes,
Oh, I'm fine waiting if you
Okay.
need me to. No issues.
thank you.
Read the motion again.
While we're waiting, can I just make a quick note that when we opened the meeting, Dr. Quarles, you were talking about all the great things in Henderson. You now have the Kentucky Chamber President is from Henderson, the new chair of the chamber.
Yeah, Field in Maine. Is that right?
Exactly.
Yeah. That's great. And you did a great job last night. The chamber did.
Yeah, well,
It's great.
thank
A few
you.
of us were in the crowd.
No, thank you. But he's a proud son.
Can you
of
guys hear me?
Yes, we can see and hear you. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Both
great.
of you.
Well,
We need one
not
more.
a problem.
We need,
Sorry for the confusion. Okay, I'll hang on.
hang on just one second.
No problem.
So he's having a hard time logging in on his phone.
It's been an interesting day, but I think everybody's done a fantastic job of leadership and walking us through this situation. So, thank you.
I think we haven't.
Thank you.
Thank you, Keith.
Thank you.
Establishment of simple majority of the members of the board, not the votes.
Okay.
So don't we have enough people now?
Well, if we do that, if we do the majority of the members and not the votes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what's in our policy, so I think we're okay to do that.
Like I said, when we get rid of that half vote, we'll be okay. Right, okay. Let me read the motion again. I'd like to have a motion for us to come back out of executive session. So I have a motion by Brianna, a second by James Lee, right, James Lee? Okay. Parliamentarian, would you please vote again?
Chair Martin,
Aye.
Vice Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Secretary Witten,
Yes.
Regent Guerra Gomez,
Yes.
Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Savard Hogg, Regent Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Stevens,
Yes, and I've got Mr. Gardner on the phone. He
Regent,
wants to say yes.
Regent Girdler,
Say yes, press.
Yes. Yes.
Thank
We see you. Thank you.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes.
Thank you very much. That's the end of our meeting for the day. Do I have a motion for us? We will adjourn at 9 o'clock. And we'll reconvene at 9 a.m. Central Time. You want to go ahead? Yeah, let's have a motion to adjourn. So
So
moved.
moved.
Seconded by Keith.
Second.
Are-
Yes.
Are there any objections? The motion passes by consensus.
That's good. Thank you all. We appreciate you guys getting back online. Thanks.
Thank